Good evening, Fred.
Good evening. Good evening. Dave, good to see you again. And again, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Baptiste, my wish for Rabbi Berman Mazel Tov and Ebonics.
Thank you very much.
Hey, it's the
So
new
Mazel Tov.
dad. How are you, Yaakov?
I'm tired.
You should be.
Thank you.
Uh, I wish I could tell you it gets easier.
No. My advice is always don't teach him to talk. So, Fred, I think we should start as soon as we can.
Absolutely. Just want to give just a couple of more minutes and then we're going
Good.
to call the meeting to order.
See, the second time is a charm.
I want to thank everyone who's joining us this evening. We are going to call the meeting to order in 2 minutes. Okay, I see the time is now 7:04, and we do have a good number of participants on for this evening. So we are now going to call the meeting to order. The time is now 7:04 p.m. Madam Secretary, are you ready to take a minute to the meeting?
Yes.
Okay, very well. First, I want to begin by welcoming everyone to this meeting of Community Board 9. This is our February General Board meeting. I hope and I trust that everyone on this call is well and that your loved ones are well. It's definitely been, a good, year. And I'm happy that we're all able to be here to handle the community's business. But before I proceed, I think that, it's only proper that we honor, we have a special guest with us this evening. And I would like to offer the floor for him to say a few words to the Community Board 9. With us this evening, we have the Majority Leader of the United States Senate, Mr. Chuck Schumer. Mr. Schumer, I want to welcome you to Community Board 9. If you care, the floor is yours if you would like to make any comments. Yes, he might be away from the phone right now, but we will definitely come back. So Mia, if you could just check to see if, whenever Mr. Schumer is available, just let me know. We will definitely give him the floor for a few minutes. So now as we're in order, one of the first things that I did want to do as well is acknowledge the fact that Community Board 9 has suffered a loss. One of our members, Mr. Robert Mitchell, has passed away. And at this time, what I did want for us to do is to honor his memory and his service with a moment of silence. So if all would just honor a moment of silence for Mr. Robert Mitchell.
Chair, could you speak a little louder?
Sure, absolutely. We're observing a moment of silence right now for Mr. Robert Mitchell, Community Board 9 member who recently passed. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so we are going to continue on the agenda. The next would be the Code of Conduct. We're going to waive the reading of the Code of Conduct this evening. And now we are going to go to our presentations. So we have two presentations scheduled this evening, one on City Council Intro Bill 2186. And we also have an associated resolution with regards to the Associated Supermarket. Mia, who's scheduled to give the presentation for the City Council bill?
Give me one moment.
Sure, absolutely.
I believe it's Ms. Boyd, correct?
Okay, I believe so. Ms. Boyd, are you prepared to give your presentation?
Oh, yes, I will do that. I was at the hearings today all day. It started at 10 o'clock and it must have ended. I left about 3:30 after I spoke. There was the concept that was being floated around by the city council members because they've been very upset over the EULA process. They have stated very clearly that the EULA process, a rubber stamping process, that this Department of City Planning focuses on development only in communities of color, and that this has caused problems in those communities as far as displacement and gentrification. The Department of City Planning position was that all of the rezonings that have occurred with the support from the local elected council person, doing deference. And so no rezonings have actually happened that did not get community support via the local council person. This bill was supposed to actually change that process and allow more community engagement in the development of a plan. However, as a lot of people had stated, it was not clear how the community itself was going to engage in the creation of the plan, especially because the law stated very clearly that the plan is going to be created by the mayor's office. There's the mayor of long-term planning. It's called the Mayor's Office of Long-Term Planning, and it has a director that is chosen by the mayor. They are the ones who are going to create 3 plans based upon one hearing that they have to have, and how that's supposed to happen is a little unclear, but they're supposed to get feedback from a committee that is created that's appointed. So you have an appointed committee that's appointed by the city council, by the borough president's office, and the mayor. And this committee is called the Long-Term Steering Committee. And this committee is then going to appoint another committee called the Borough Steering Committee. And all these appointed people are going to represent all the people in each borough. And they're going to decide what are the priorities of each community district based upon the needs assessment that happens every year. We do a needs assessment every year. They're going to take that needs assessment and they're going to do a variation of all different types of studies. They're going to have studies on racial impact. They're going to have studies on transit, studies on, safe air and water. There's going to be a bunch of studies that are done, and all this data is going to be collected. And they're going to collect all the data. They're going to collect the needs statement from the community boards. And then they're going to move it up the chain, give it to the mayor's office of long-term planning. And then that person is going to create 3 scenarios. One will be a low with the focus of 3 things. There's 3 things that they're focusing on. One is development. The other one is access to well-funded communities and anti-displacement measures. So those are the 3 primary parameters. So those 3 plans are going to have where you could put development, what part of the community has access to things that other people might want, like an access to parks or an access to transit. So it was very clear that they're looking for transit-rich corridors. They're looking for amenities such as good schools, good parks next to parks, and other things that people might want to live in, or places that people might want to live in. And they will then engage in some anti-displacement measures, not really sure what that means, except that there will be some kind of index that will be done. And then after the 3 plans are created by the mayor's office, they're given to the community board. The community board has to choose one plan. And then those 3 plans are also given to the borough president's office. There's no hearings required at the community board. There's no hearings required at the borough president's, and there's no hearing required at the committee level, only at the mayor's level.
Hi,
So
everybody.
you get,
Go ahead, keep going. I just came in.
thank you. So you get the 3 plans, you choose one of the 3 plans. The borough president chooses one of the 3 plans, and the long-term steering committee chooses one plan. And then the plan goes to the city council. So the council has to choose one of the plans. The council is supposed to make the final determination. However, If the council, for whatever reason, doesn't like any of the plans and says no to the plans, well, then the mayor's office then makes the final determination on one of the plans. Now, there was all this other conversation about how this was really going to be, you know, community driven, and how the community was really going to be a part of the process, and how the city planning, the city council was going to be able to intercede. But I looked at the law because, you know, I file lawsuits. And because I file lawsuits, I always look at the law. And the law doesn't say anything about the city planning, the city, your local city council person having any power to change the plan. I mean, they might actually change the plan. I'm not saying that they can't, but there's no law that mandates. If they don't like the plan, they don't vote for it. Well, then if they don't vote for it, then the mayor's office will vote for it. And so it's a very top down. There were people, a lot of the communities in like in Queens were very concerned about the plan because Queens has very, very low density. They are R1s and R2s as far as zoning. So they just have 1-story houses with a lot of land around it, very suburban. This plan, because it is a development plan, would require some increase in those zonings. And even though there was some question about that, whether or not that was going to happen, the Department of City Planning made it very clear that, yeah, there's going to be some development in those communities because the plan is a plan of development. That is the focus of the plan. So there were pros and cons to the plan. Most of the city council people who did testified it in support of the plan. Most of these city council people were focusing on, you know, the equity that was going to be, you know, happen, because you wasn't just going to be developing in Black communities and communities of color, but you were also going to be developing in white communities. There was a lot of criticism about the Department of City Planning and the way in which they go about doing their planning in communities of color, but to push back, you know, DCP said, but we're going into white communities now and rezoning. We're rezoning the Gowanus. They kept talking about the Gowanus rezoning and the NoHo Soho rezoning. But right now they'll be bringing it to the full board in April. And that's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Boyd. Are there any questions? Well, actually, if we could hold for a second, actually.
Yeah.
Senator Schumer, I apologize. I see you there.
I've been listening to Ms. Boyd on her very erudite presentation for about 10, 15 minutes.
Senator Schumer, I want to thank you for your patience, and I want to thank you for joining us this evening here at Community Board 9. Please, the floor is yours if you'd like to share any words.
Great. Yeah, what I thought I'd do, Fred, I don't know how much time we have, but I'll speak for about 10, 15 minutes and then open it up for questions for a half hour, or do you have that much time? No?
We usually try and avoid breaking records. We try and let that record stand, but definitely have the floor for a few minutes here.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. First, I want to thank you, Fred, and the whole board for what you do. You know, I started out as a community person. I was a tenant organizer, and I'm a community person from Brooklyn. I don't live too far from your board. I ride my bicycle. My parents live in Queens, and I ride my bicycle from my house right near Prospect Park down Eastern Parkway. So I go through the heart of your district, at least the northern end of your district, all the time. And you have pretty good bike paths. They're not doing too bad over there. I'm not a spandex guy. I don't go 40 miles an hour zipping past people. I stop, I talk to people, things like that. Anyway, I appreciate all you're doing. You know, you represent this wonderful Community Board 9 area. Lots of people, poorer people, middle-class people, people trying to find a ladder up. It's a diverse district in many different ways. And you know, you look after it. And I really thank you for it. They don't pay too much on this board, as I understand it. And when things go wrong, you hear it from everybody. But when things go right, nobody stops to say thank you. So I want to say thank you. Thank you for serving on the board. Thank you for making Community Board 9 a good place to live, etc. So I thought I'd start off by telling you my experiences on January 6th. It was the worst of times. It was the best of times. That's how Charles Dickens started off his Tale of Two Cities. Why was it the best of times? Well, Tuesday was the election of the two senators from Georgia. And I knew if we won those two Democratic seats, I would become majority leader and we'd get rid of Mitch McConnell, who had done everything he could to hurt New York and to hurt poor people, people of color. He didn't care much about all that. And so I stayed up till midnight. Midnight Tuesday bled into Wednesday morning. Finally, at 4 a.m., they declared Warnock and Ossoff the winner. And I had a lot of joy. Warnock, by the way, I recruited him. I tried to get Stacey Abrams to run. She said no. She said, there's someone as good as me, Raphael Warnock. And guess what? He lived in New York for a couple of years because he was the assistant pastor of the Abyssinian Baptist Church in Harlem, Pastor Butts's church. Anyway, but he's a Georgian. I don't want anyone to think he's a New Yorker, nor does he. In any case, I felt, so here I am. I've become majority leader after all these years of working to get there. Any of you who have had a serious goal, whether professional or personal or family, and you'll work hard to achieve it, and there are often bumps in the road and logs on the path, and yet you achieve it, you know that joyful feeling. And I had it for about 3 minutes. And then another feeling entered my veins, and it was one of awe. And I don't mean it in the sense, you know, that my kids used to use the word awe. Gee, Dad, that's awesome. That coat's awesome, Dad. No, I meant it in the biblical sense, because when the angels saw the face of God, they trembled in awe. And I realized the responsibilities placed on my shoulders. Here we had this horrible COVID. We had people hurting so bad. And we also had lots of the problems before Trump. And I realized that it was my mission to try and solve these problems, me and my Democratic majority. And that gave me a feeling of awe, such responsibility. So I had these two feelings in my veins. I go to sleep at about 4:30, get in my car at 7:30, still feeling all that joy, but realizing the responsibility. Got to the Senate at 1, got on the floor of the Senate, where I'm the putative majority leader for the first time. And I haven't even given a speech yet. And a police officer in a big bulletproof vest with a submachine gun across his waist grabs me by the collar like this. I'll never forget that feeling. And says, Senator, we got to get out of here. You're in trouble. You're in danger. We go out the door and we turn to the right. And they showed this, if any of you happened to watch the impeachment trial. I had never seen it before. They had a film from one of those cameras up above. And I walk through the door briskly with the police officers, and 2 minutes later, they show me running out. Am I allowed to say curse words here, Fred, or no? Yes. I was 15 feet away from those bastards, those racist, nasty, selfish, awful people. One of them was looking for the big Jew. That was me, okay? And if one of them would have had a gun, who knows what would have happened. So we ran out the other way, and you know, we're going to make sure that every one of those people in that building is prosecuted to the full extent of the law, both because they deserve it and we don't want people to do it again. But that showed you the amazing time we had, or the amazing day. First, I become majority leader, and then this happens in the Capitol. Whoa, that's the challenge we face. 2020, Queen Elizabeth, when she gives an address to the British subjects, she says, she called one of the years an annus horribilis. That was the year Princess Diana and Prince Charles were fighting all day. So that's a horrible year. 2020 was a horrible year. First, we had COVID. Every one of us knows people who've died. I just learned 2 days ago of another friend of mine in the 60s, no pre-existing condition, healthy, gone. The half-empty beds, the empty seats at the dinner table. And you know what aches me the most? Seeing the grandchildren on Zoom saying goodbye to their grandparents and they can't hug them or touch them or kiss them. Horrible year that way, yeah. And then we had the worst economy since the Depression. So many people losing their jobs, so many people kicked out of their homes, so many people can't feed their kids, so many little businesses that people had struggled to create go under. So that was horrible. And third, we saw the murders of Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor and George Floyd. And it showed us the racial divisions and the long way we got to go in that. So 3 horrible things, but God works in beautiful and mysterious ways. 3 good things happened towards the end of the year. 1, we got rid of Trump. Good riddance. He can go to Florida. I'm glad he's not in New York. Goodbye, Donald. Don't ever come back. Second, we got the vaccine. You know, this is an amazing thing, the vaccine. They really did it very fast. They're now, and it works. I know in communities of color, there's reluctance to take the vaccine because Black people were used as guinea pigs in the past. But this one's on the up and up. I had my parents get it, 97 and 92, and they didn't have any side effects. I'd recommend people get the vaccine. And then the third thing we got was these new 2 bills, and that's what I want to talk about, which does a lot of things for people in Community Board 9 and around the city and the country. And that was a good thing. And the first thing in the bills, between the bill we passed in December and the bill we're now debating on the floor of the Senate, is to get vaccines to everybody quickly. And communities of color are getting priority. In fact, is Medgar Evers, they're not quite in your district, right? It is in your district. Okay, well, Medgar Evers is going to be a site. Now, they don't have vaccines yet. They did this big parade walking around there, but there are no vaccines. But my job is going to be to get us those vaccines right to Medgar Evers. And the federal government, first, every vaccine will be free. No deductibles, no co-payments. If the insurance company tries to play a game with you, tell them, go take a hike. It's free, totally free. But second, the federal, the state did not do a very good job at getting out the vaccines because the Trump administration didn't give them the help or money to do it. Well, under this new law we're passing, the federal government sets up centers like at Medgar Evers. They will have lots of vaccines within a month or 2, and then they won't have many restrictions. Those restrictions could drive you crazy. You'd wait online 3 hours, you'd have a thyroid condition. They said, oh, that's not on the list, you can't get a vaccine. Or you're 64 and a half. Nope, you got to wait till you're 65. Okay. So this should really help. And the hope is that by midsummer, enough people have the vaccines that we'll be pretty much back to normal. And wouldn't that be great? Okay, so that's one thing in this new bill, and that's great. And the third good thing that happened is the rest of this new bill, which I'm going to talk to you about in a minute because it really helps. First, I helped write all 3 bills. There's a lot of money for New York. We got over $100 billion for New York. When I write these bills, since I'm the minority leader and I'm the first majority leader ever from New York, I write it so New York gets help. We got over $100 billion. A lot of our hospitals, I'll bet some people on the board work in hospitals. They would have been closed if we didn't get them the money. We did. I made sure the formula went to New York. We got money for the MTA. 4 billion the first bill, 4 billion the second, now another 6, so they don't have to raise the fares or cut any of the routes. We know how important. In the first bill that passed in December, people got, in the original bill, I got the $1,200 check payment written in. But in this new bill in December, we only got 600 because Mitch McConnell didn't want to do any, but now he's out. So we're going to put the remaining 1,400 in for each person, so you get $2,000 total. If you're one person, you get 2,000. If you're 600 and then 1,400. If you're a family of 4, you'll get a check for $5,600. And that's money in people's pockets they can do what they need to do with, and that helps them through the crisis. We extended unemployment benefits, $300 extra a week. We got money for SNAP. Here are 2 things people don't know about that I got in the bill. Incarcerated people can get a Pell Grant now. A lot of young men and a lot of young women are in prison, maybe even for just having a small amount of marijuana in their pocket. But they can't make a better life for themselves because they have no money. Now with a Pell Grant, they'll pay for college courses. You take the college courses, you get out, you can get a good job and have a decent life for yourself. Here's a second thing that's in the bill, Fred, and I'll send you some paper on this so you can spread it around because people don't know. So, I told about the people saying goodbye on the Zoom. But what's the further indignity? A lot of people were out of jobs, didn't have money to give their loved one who they couldn't even hug goodbye a proper funeral and burial. Everyone will now get at least up to $7,000 for a funeral and burial if you lose your job for COVID. And we're working with all the funeral homes to get that information to people, okay? Very important as well. We're getting some money for broadband. So there'll be hired up a lot of the parents who have school kids who need broadband will get it. And $325 billion for small and nonprofit businesses. And here is one of the problems. A lot of the businesses in Community Board 9 are small. They don't have a lawyer. They don't have someone as capable as Ms. Boyd. Are you a lawyer, Ms. Boyd? You seem to be. Okay, but they don't have somebody, no, okay. They don't have anybody who can help them, a lawyer. They don't have a banker. They may have a bank, but no banker. So now we have set up, given $5 billion to CDFIs and MDIs, Community Development Financial Institutions and Minority Development Institutions, who will have people that you can call up if you need the PPP, the small business money, and they will put you through the process and get you the money. And I will send you, Fred, a list of the CDFIs and MDIs that cover your district, okay? Your community board. Here's another thing in that bill I managed to get the nonprofits. Every nonprofit can get the PPP money, which pays, and here's the other thing, and I wish you would spread the word in your district. I got money for the churches to get it, churches and synagogues. I was met by Dr. Richardson from Grace Baptist Church, the head of the National Baptist Convention, and another Dr. Richardson, head of the AME, the African Methodist Episcopal Church. They said the churches are going under. There's no collection plate. No one's showing up. This bill, the first bill and now the second, allows the churches to apply for PPE. It can pay the pastor, it can pay the janitor, it can pay the musicians, and it can pay the rent or the insurance or something else. Most churches don't know of this, even though I wrote it into the law. So if you would please get me a list of the churches, I can contact them, or I'll get you the information. Make sure, and this applies to synagogues, it applies to any religious institution. So for the Jewish people, the Shtibblach can apply for these things, which is very important, okay? We also got $260 billion to open up the schools safely. It's a big burden for parents and grandparents when the kids aren't in school. But it's going to take some money to make the schools safe, and we gave them the money. So this is all good stuff. I will get you the information. There's also money for state and local government, and there's $30 billion to help people pay the rent if they lose their job. Can you imagine you get kicked out of your house because you lose a job? You'll never recuperate. We pay the rent. And there are a lot of small landlords in your district who have a tenant, and the tenant doesn't pay the rent. They're in trouble. How are they going to pay the mortgage? How are they going to pay this? This will go to that. So that's very helpful. And money we got a special in this new bill, we're fighting for money for restaurants. The restaurants are suffering it's even worse than the PPP because no one's going to the restaurants. And this will give them a 6-month grant. They can use it for anything to stay open. And God willing, 6 months from now, COVID will be over and they'll be able to start serving food again, etc. I know how small businessmen struggle because my dad was an exterminator. He had a little business on Atlantic Avenue, not far from your, but it was a struggle. And he'd pace the floor Sunday nights at 2 a.m. because he hated going to work. So I know how small business people struggle. He never made much money. Finally, he got happy when he retired. He's now 97, praise God, as I mentioned. And he's a funny guy. He said, I'm an exterminator. I'm 97. How bad could DDT have been? Anyway, that's a couple of things. I got a few more things I want to bring up to you. Student forgiveness of loans. Elizabeth Warren, Senator Warren, and I are trying to get Joe Biden to sign a decree that $50,000 of student loans are forgiven. So many young people have so much loan debt. They're in trouble. They can't buy a car. They can't buy a house. Some of them delay marriage. Some of them delay a career. And you know what? 40% of the people who are in this position are people of color because they were taken advantage of by some of these horrible predatory universities. They signed them up, got them in debt, and then didn't even get them a degree. So they can't get a job to pay off the loans. If we're trying to get, Fred, 10 million who emails, signatures, letters to Biden. He doesn't need legislation for this. He can do it with the flick of a pen. So we're trying to get that, and I'll get you the information. If you could send it out to everyone on the board, and all of you who are parts of community organizations, send it to your organization. If we can get Biden to do this, it's a great thing. And it's a civil rights movement too, because as I said, such a high percentage of the people are people of color. In fact, listen to this statistic. If you have college debt and you're white, 15 years from now, you're only 10% of the people still have the debt. If you're black, 90% still have it. We can get rid of it. Get rid of it. So help me, help me, help me. So again, thank you for doing what you're doing. I'm going to keep fighting for you and for New York. I don't live far away. I know your district. As I said, I ride my bicycle through it all the time. I stop and talk to people. I'm not a spandex guy. You know, I'm not going 40 miles an hour. I stop and talk, and we'll do whatever we can to help. So Fred, I spoke for a while, but I thought I had some good information that people would need. I'm happy to answer questions if you'd like. And if there's not time for questions, I'll come back another time and we can do that. It's your call. I won't be insulted either way. You're on mute, Fred. Fred, oh, there you are.
Yes, I'm back now. I'm back now. Actually, we do have a pretty packed agenda this evening. And two, this gives us an opportunity to make sure that we can invite you back to come to CV9 and visit us and tell us all the great things you're doing in Washington.
Great.
But I absolutely want to thank you for joining us this evening. And I want to thank you for the great news that you've been able to share with us. And, you know, Majority Leader Schumer, it's definitely a pleasure. You know, you're a New Yorker, you're a Brooklyn guy. We just appreciate all the fighting you've done and that we know that you're going to continue to do on behalf of all of our people.
Thank you, Fred. And I'll get you information on the student loans, on the CDFIs, and on all these other things so people will know how to access them. Okay?
Phenomenal.
Thanks, everybody.
Senator Schumer,
Stay
thank you
safe
so
and
much.
stay healthy. A good 2021 to everybody.
Take care, Senator. Wow, so we go back to our agenda. Okay, and I apologize, Ms. Boyd. I know that we didn't get a chance. Are there any questions very quickly from Ms. Boyd with regards to City Council Intro Bill 2186? We can take a couple of questions if there are any.
I just want to say that after doing a presentation at the EULA committee, that the EULA committee did place a motion on the floor to reject the bill. And so that should be hopefully presented tonight during business.
We do have it as one of the items that we will be discussing during the voting item section. So that'll be a conversation we'll have when we go into the business session. But Ms. Boyd, thank you very much for your presentation.
Alicia. Oh, sorry, this is Amy. I have a question in a way. I just wanted to know what could be our next steps in a sense that you said that now you just mentioned EULA, but it seems like this is just information saying this is rolling along. This is what's going to happen. They're going to vote on it in a week or something, and then it's just going to come and go in April. So I didn't know if there was any action or if there's anything further that we could do. I mean, is there any community?
Well, one of the things is they have a 72-hour limit from the hearing. So if the community board were to vote against it tonight and Mia were to hand it in tomorrow, we could at least have our objection on the record that another community board has said no to the plan, and that's important. Outside of that, the only thing else would be is obviously to reach out to your local council person and ask them to vote no on the bill when it does come up for, I'm only talking about what the community board probably can do. But hopefully if the board does say no, please, it would be important for Ms. Hilton to put that in immediately so that it could be registered, because you have 72 hours in order to get your opposition in after a hearing.
Good, thank you. We'll take two more questions. I see Julia Bryant has a question in the chat. With how quickly do they plan to vote on this? I'm not sure if you addressed that. So how quickly are they talking?
They plan on putting it in, I believe, April. it's going to be going to, they said they're going to actually do another round. And then they will be putting it for a vote in April. So when that second round would be is probably be in March. I don't know what it will entail, but they did mention that. But by April, they are putting it onto the floor for a vote.
Okay. Tyrone, I saw your question in the chat. So intro 2186 is the number of the bill. And then I think Yakov Bierman, Rabbi Bierman, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Fred. No, I was just wondering I wanted some clarification. In what capacity is Ms. Boyd presenting tonight? What exactly are her qualifications to present? And I mean, I'm hearing now about a city council law from Ms. Boyd. I'm wondering what to take as fact, what to take as fiction. We know her history here in front of the board. I've read her emails. So the questions were directed to you, Fred. What qualifications does she have to present in this topic, and in what capacity is she presenting? And you're recommending that the board follow her recommendations?
I would like to just answer that.
Well,
I
that
did a
question was
detail,
directed
and
at
well, you
Fred.
want to know what my
Directed at
qualifications are.
No,
I
was
sat
asking
there and
Fred,
did a
not you.
detailed analysis of the bill. I wrote it up. I presented it to the community board at the Euler hearing. There were questions about that. There is no law that says that a resident in the community cannot produce or present information.
There isn't. But there is.
Let me finish, please, Yakov. People come in front of this board every day, every month, presenting information. They don't have to have a degree, but if you want to know what my degrees are, I have a master's in developmental psychology. I have a master's in education.
Anti-Semitism, Ms. Boyd.
And I have a master's in education.
Rabbi Bierman.
I'm also a pro se litigant.
It's
Who's very successful at analyzing, understanding the law. I have been able to stop major rezonings from happening in this community. I'm a public servant that does not get paid.
And you're
Those are my
chair.
The
question was to just the chair. Order of the day. So Ms. Boyd has explained her qualifications. The board, it is a voting item. The board will have an opportunity to weigh whether you need additional information or how we want to proceed with this. But that'll be discussed when we get to the voting item section. Okay, that was the last question we're going to recognize on this topic. We'll discuss this later on when we get to the business session of the meeting. Thank you very much, Ms. Boyd. Now, next we have a presentation with regards to Associated Supermarket for a resolution. We're scheduled for 5 minutes. Alejandra, are you going to be presenting with regards to this evening?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
you have the floor. Please keep it down to about around 5 minutes. Please.
Yeah, I'll try and keep it down to as few as I can. So as many of you know, the Associated on Nostrand, on the corner of Sullivan and Nostrand is closing. It's being forced out by the developers who, or the landlords who own the building. It had been forestalled for 5 years in 2014. Their lease ran out last year. They were going month to month. And they were given a 90-day notice to vacate at the beginning of January. So that'll put them leaving the space probably by mid-March, late March, around that time. I'm not entirely sure the exact date. There have been some rallies organized or protests organized and flyering events organized. MTOP and Alicia have been organizing along with Crown Heights Tenants Union and Michael Hollingsworth, the city council candidate. They've been taking a real lead in trying to organize the community to keep the supermarket open. As we've seen, we've had quite a few supermarkets close over the years, and what we're particularly worried about is the access to cheap and affordable food and quality food for the residents in this district. I shop, almost every other day at the Associated, and every time I go there, I always see a lot of our seniors coming in with their shopping carts, and there's not exactly anything else equivalent to it for at least quite a few blocks. And it is quite a 10 or 15 minute walk to the nearest equivalent supermarket from that area. So, I'm particularly concerned about access to food for our seniors, and then the loss of yet another grocery store. From my understanding at this point in time, the statement by the developers is that they were going to build affordable housing, and that from their statement, that they're going to build affordable housing and that they will pledge to put a grocery store in the building that they're going to put in. I am skeptical. This is my own personal opinion of this. And, you know, we spent, at least in the housing committee, we spoke at length on this particular issue at our housing committee meeting. And the particular issues that come up with that, even with that pledge, is, well, do we know what size the supermarket's going to be? Is it going to be another one of these, you know, really fancy high-end places that the community can't afford? And two, you know, what's the time frame? If they don't build, you know, if they're not going to build a building for 2 or 3, 4 years, the community is without a grocery store for 2 or 3, 4 years. So there are still a lot of problems. I know Senators Eleanor Myrie and Assemblywoman Diana Richardson were working on this. I haven't been as plugged in into any more recent developments, but the Housing Committee was wanting to recommend a resolution that will be looking at in the business session to formally approve, to condemn the closure of the Associated and call on our local elected officials to do whatever is in their power or abilities to stop the closure of the Associated. And so that's basically it. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Okay, if you have a question, please raise your hand or place in the chat. We'll take a few questions for Secretary Caraballo. All right, Mia, I'm checking. Do you see any hands raised?
Amy Pinkerton says she has a question.
I do see her in the chat. Amy, you have the floor. What's your question?
Alejandra, thank you, Fred. I mean, really, is there anything that the community could do that if a developer has the right to develop the property? I mean, I'm thinking that if they're going to put a supermarket in the ground floor, it'd be something akin to the size of a 7-Eleven or a small kind of, you know, convenience store type thing. But honestly, in reality, doesn't the developer have the right to develop the space the way they see fit, regardless of our need for a supermarket?
Ultimately, I mean, I believe it's zoned R7, so they can build up to 8 floors, which would match the buildings in the immediate area. So they do have, as of right, ability to develop that property into residential properties. So in terms of actual legal mechanisms to forestall the closure or the removal of the Associated, the options are few, but that's where community pressure comes into play. At a minimum, I think it should be a non-starter that a grocery store is closing in the middle of a pandemic. If they wait until the end of the year when things are kind of back to normal, then that's another aspect. But why are we forcing people to have to get on subways now to get groceries when vaccines still aren't common? If they could, you know, even if a minimum they could extend it for a few more months just to give the community a bit more time to recover from the pandemic, that's something that's an attainable goal. I don't speak for everybody else. Ultimately, I think the goal would be to save the Associated, but ultimately realizing that the legal mechanisms in place with as of right, and the fact that Associated doesn't have tenant protections like apartment tenants, there really aren't very many legal mechanisms available. But I think through community pressure, we can hopefully come to some kind of either compromise or solution where the community needs are put first.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
We will recognize one more question if there's anyone who has a question for. Okay, seeing none. We are going to discuss the question further when we get to the voting section of the business session of the meeting. Alejandra, thank you very much, and we'll look for your resolution when we get to the session. We are now moving on to item number 3 in the agenda: applications for New York State Liquor Authority licenses. Do I have Chairman Behrman? Are you here?
Yeah, thank you very much, Fred.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. This month we had 4 applications. We had one new beer and wine and cider application from Mendy's, which is also known as Emerson's, is in the corner of Eastern Parkway and Kingston. We had renewals from Gold Room, 114 Nostrand Cafe LLC, and KHF Food Grocery as well. We had quorum. We met and we voted on all 4 applications to recommend that the board support these applications. I see that the owners are here with us tonight, so we could, take some questions if we want. And that's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Rabbi Berman. If you would like to call any of the applicants, we can give them 2 to 3 minutes to introduce themselves and describe their business.
Rashida, do you have anything to add? I know you were going to check one of the establishments between the committee meeting and the main meeting, the board meeting.
Yeah, so one of the establishments, the Gold Room, they had their license suspended during the pandemic the summer of last year because of not following the COVID rules. So, I mean, we discussed it with them. They said they have installed, instituted protocols to make sure that this does not happen again. I passed there the other day. So yeah, I mean, I think right now we still stands from our position as on the committee that, make sure that they adhere to all of the guidelines going forward. And just reiterate that we do want them to make sure that they are protecting the people in the community as well as their workers.
So Fred, because I know we have a very long meeting tonight, if anybody has any questions, we could bring on the owners of the businesses if need be.
Okay.
Are you okay?
Are there any questions from the members of the board? Well, actually, we could even, I'll tell you what, we'll defer that. We'll do that during the business session. So when we actually bring up the motions, we can entertain questions for the motion, when we entertain the motions. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you very much, Rabbi Berman. All right. So we are now going to move on to the public commentary section. Public commentary is for exactly 30 minutes. Do we have anyone signed up for public commentary?
We have Ms. Boyd, we have Beverly. Anyone else who wishes to speak, please just drop it in the chat to me.
I did see Ms. Barnes earlier.
Ms. Barnes has her hand up. So Boyd, Beverly, Ms. Barnes, anyone else, please drop it in the chat.
Okay. As we have a fairly full agenda for this evening, as we have a very full agenda for this evening, all those public commentary will have 2 minutes to speak to the board and address their issues. We'll begin. Mia, will you be able to keep time?
Sure, just give me one moment.
Okay. All right, we would just ask for all those who are giving commentary, when Ms. Hilton lets you know that your time is up, please conclude your remarks.
And okay. Ms. Boyd, you can start. And Fred, please add Tyrone McDonald from NHS to the speakers list.
All right.
Ms. Boyd?
Yeah, okay. Email went around that came from Fred, the chair, that contained my name in it. And it was regarding a private conversation that I had with Fred and Vivian Morgan over the fact that Vivian Morgan had been removed from her position without due process. I was engaged in that conversation as an attempt to mediate the situation. And during that time, I found myself pleading with Fred to reconsider removing her, especially because she was very unclear about why she was being removed and there was no due process that was given to her. That same type of conversation happened again at the executive committee, where Evelyn Williams was also, and other board members were also asking Fred to reconsider his position and to really look at understanding why she was removed, that her due process, she had no due process. She didn't know why she was being removed, except for some of the comments that were now being made in that email. One of the most disturbing comments that was made was the fact that she had felt, and I will put the quotes in here, Vivian had told Fred about a subcommittee that she was organizing, and she said, "Are you limiting or censoring the discussion of the subcommittee?" Because she felt that that's what he was doing. And he viewed that as disrespectful and insubordinate comment. Board members are public officials that have been appointed to the board to represent the people. There are no subordinates amongst board members. The chair is chosen as a chair, not as a boss, but just to help support and guide the conversations and make sure that things are done right. When the executive board tried to sit there and place a motion that was second so that they can have a deeper discussion about this issue, Fred refused to move that motion forward, when in fact he was violating the law because he should have recused himself. The second chair should have taken the position, moved the motion forward for a vote. And the only thing that they were asking was for a meeting to occur so that they can investigate this issue, because Vivian and a lot of board members were saying that they did not understand how this could happen. Fred's position was that there is no due process, that chairs don't have any rights, that if they question stuff, is classified as subordinate. And this is a very dangerous thing that's happening at this board, and it needs to stop. People need to feel safe in this environment. Chairs need to feel like their positions will be respected. And if there is controversy, people need to follow the law, the open meetings law and the conflict resolution law. And that is, if you are subject to a conflict, then you should not be chairing over that conflict.
Ms. Boyd,
All
time.
right.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. Beverly Newsom.
Good evening, everybody.
I'm sorry, hold on before. B, are you ready? Are you ready with the time?
Yes, Beverly, I'm ready. Go ahead,
Okay.
Beverly.
Okay,
You
thank
have the
you.
floor.
Good evening, everyone. I was one of the board members that had an issue, and I requested us to go into executive session at this meeting as an agenda item, and I see it wasn't placed up there. In agreement with Alicia, a charge that's been placed of this level of magnitude against the chair needs to be discussed in front of the full board. I don't understand how someone who's overseen a park as large as Friends of Wingate is no longer qualified to be the chair of Parks and Recs. And two, when the chair says that the committee is going in a direction that he wanted to change the direction, I think we need to hear what each one of them are thinking, what each one of them has planned. And we as a community board, as peers, as community members, in my opinion, have a right, before anyone gets consequences, we have a right to see to hear each person's side.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Newsom. Ms. Maxine Barnes.
King Fred, I don't hear you answering any of the questions that were presented. I trust you'll answer them at the end. Beverly's questions, Alicia's questions, but I'll go ahead. You know, just as I sat at the City Planning Commission and watched that top-down management style, the smoke and mirrors, it's the same in CB9. It's ridiculous already. I sat in the ULIP meeting, which was February 9th, the Parks meeting, February 11th, and I watched and all through my experience in this community, whenever a woman in charge with decision-making ability decides to agree as a chairperson with her committee, she is shut down. Vivia, from what I heard, she wanted to start, based on SECRA, the alienation subcommittee. Pat, in the Hewlett meeting that I attended, the motion passed to bring the 5 documents requested by the community and everyone to the full board. As soon as that happens, King Fred, contrary to his parliamentarian alleged experience, what happened to Robert's Rules of Law? If a motion passed, how do you get the ability to shut it down? Anytime, and again, when a woman chair agrees finally with her committee on something that will, in the best interest of the community, Warren Burke is sending like the attack dog to shut them up. It's ridiculous already. We also talked about how Warren Burke, the most unprofessional, and I'm ashamed to say he is supposed to be a leader of this community, with his combative and rude and unprofessional stance for 6 years, he should be removed from the board and certainly not allowed to chair anything. Every time a woman makes a decision on this corrupt board in an interest, or anyone for that matter, but especially women of the community, they are shut down. Fred, this board is not, you are not king. There's something called Robert Rules of Law. There's something called a city charter and bylaw, and you need to start to follow. And the rest of this board. Thank you for letting me speak. I'll mute myself.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Mr. McDonald?
Yes, good evening, everyone. This is Tyrone McDonald from Neighborhood Housing Services of Brooklyn. Just want to thank you for providing me the opportunity to share, and also the information that was shared, particularly regarding the supermarket, which was unfortunate, but we'll pull together, to do what's best for the community. I just want to share a couple of events that free events that we are hosting here. All right, just to let you know, you can always go to our website at nhsbrooklyn.org for upcoming events. But on Thursday, February the 25th at 6 p.m., we'll be having a financial coaching workshop. It's free and open to the public. Once again, to register for that, you can go to nhsbrooklyn.org, and I'll put the website in the chat. And also on March the 9th from 3 p.m. to 4:30 p.m., we'll be having an renters insurance webinar. We'll discuss about risk, premiums, just some of the verbiage used by like a lot of insurance. We're not selling anything, but we just want to make sure that a lot of tenants actually, are covered, actually protected in the event of burglary or fire or any type of water damage. And that's going to be on March the 9th at 3 p.m. to 4:30. So, go to our website at nhsbrooklyn.org, and I'll put it in the chat, as well as my telephone number if you have any further questions. And I just want to thank you. Good night, and I'll stick around. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Tyrone, and welcome. Good to see you again.
Same here.
Okay, is there anyone else who would like to speak for public commentary? I see Josh.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, community board, 9 members. I wanted to just greet you all and also briefly talk about the last 2 protests that happened outside of the Associated. As many of you already know, we're in danger of losing that shopping facility for the community. Obviously, it will have a disastrous impact for a lot of folks. While I was at the protest, I can tell you, and if you live in the community, you already know, that I saw shopping seniors pulling their shopping carts up and down Nostrand Avenue trying to get access to the store. And those are the people that will eventually be pushing into a more destitute situation. The last thing we want to see is seniors who are already traveling in the cold having to go an extra mile away to be able to have access to shopping. So I hope that everybody who is aware is taking action and helping those who are organizing around that issue, so that they can also, so that we have more of a community emphasis on a lot of these things. And the other thing I wanted to talk to you guys about is, once again, the issue of ranked choice voting, it's not an issue, it's more a concern. There is a concern. Ranked choice voting is a good thing, but we also have to ensure that people are aware of how it works. I myself and some of my other folks have organized ranked choice voting forums, but I think it's really the big lift is up to the city, and the city should be taking the initiative to fund ranked choice voting and ensuring that we have the resources and they're doing their part as well to ensure that people in communities like ours, where there are folks who, for whom English is a second language, for a lot of people, whenever the system changes, that causes a lot of confusions at the polling sites. And so it's critically important that an investment be made, not just by candidates running for office and organizations that are local that care about civic participation, but critically, it's important that the city itself adds some. That when it came to the census, we had a fairly successful census because we had $40 million money invested into the census. And yet for the for ranked choice voting, to my knowledge, only $1 million has been spent. So that's how it gives you a scale of what is necessary to achieve success and what has yet to be done. Thank you all for your continued participation despite COVID in this community voicing concerns and process. And I look forward to seeing you all face to face, hopefully, when things have gotten better. Thank you and have a good night.
I just wanted to say that we're doing a candidates forum and Joshua
I'm sorry, Ms.
will be there.
Yes,
March 4th.
I'll be there. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, this is Stuart Dalbert. I'd like to speak for a half a minute. I'm praying and hoping that when this issue is resolved about the Parks Committee, that we give due consideration to the background of Vivian Morgan. From my observation, Vivian Morgan should be called Mrs. Park because she dedicates most of her time, taking away everything else, to care for the parks in this community. And when she's not taking care of the parks in this community, she goes around without fanfare, feeding the hungry and doing all kinds of good deeds. And therefore, if at all possible, when this is resolved, however it is going to be resolved, if it is resolved, that I would ask that we work in her favor, because when you help God's people, you help yourself. And I'm saying that in praise of Vivian Morgan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dalbert. Is there any other comments? Okay, seeing none, I want to thank everyone for your comments. We are going to now close the public comment period, and we are going to go to the next item on the agenda, acknowledgements of elected officials and or their representatives. All right, I do see Mr. Slavin. Are you on the line still? Mr. Slavin? Okay, I saw him earlier. We'll come back to him if anything. Ricardo, are you on the line?
Good evening, CB9. I would just like to speak on two events that we have coming up. First of all, we're doing a legal and financial roadmap for long-term care. This will be happening tomorrow at 1 p.m. And this will be held by Debbie Rosenfeld, Esquire. And this is just speaking on some practices to look out for when you have elderly people in long-term care. And the second event we are hosting tomorrow as well is called You Marched, So What? It'll be taking place from tomorrow between 6 and 8. And it's a session focusing on empowering communities and fully achieving our civic responsibility and participation. I'll be linking both of these in the chat, in the chat box. Have a good evening.
Okay, thank you very much, Ricardo, and you too. Let me see. I also see Dwayne Joseph from Assemblymember Richardson's office. Are you still with us?
Still here.
All right. Do you have any greetings from the Assembly member?
Yes, I do. Greetings, everyone. My name is Dwayne Joseph. I am the Special Assistant to your State Assemblywoman Diana Richardson. I bring greetings on behalf of the member who is in Albany working on or beginning to work on the budget for the state of New York. I'd like to thank you all for being here. Thank you, Fred and the board, for allowing me an opportunity to speak. It's interesting that we had Senator Schumer on early in the evening because the member and Senator Schumer met in late January to discuss some of those small business initiatives. Some of you may or may not know that, Member Richardson, who is on the Banks Committee, Labor Committee, Education Committee, and Small Business Committee. She was also just recently named the chair of the Commission on Government Administration, which is charged with finding efficiencies in government. So, one of the things that she would like to do is, through the support of the district and the business proprietors in the district and the community, is to find more opportunity for small business to recover and be resilient. With that, I'd like to bring your attention to a survey that the Small Business Committee of the Assembly of the State of New York has put out, requesting small businesses to give feedback in order to get an idea of what they've been experiencing during COVID and their resiliency. I'll put all this information in the chat in the end. Also, I want to bring the attention of anyone on the call who is associated or is familiar with small business or runs a small business. We do have 2 small business guides on the Assembly member website. We have a small business guide for folks who just want to shop local. We have a dine local guide specifically to restaurants and eateries. And if you'd like to register for future iterations of that, I'll also drop that link in the chat. But outside of that, we continue to work diligently on the state level as a state representative to make sure we have laws that not only impact the folks in the district, but around the state of New York. Outside of that, I'd like to say good night to everyone. And our office is open, although not to in-person visits, Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Our telephone number is 718-771-3105. If you want to give us a call and you're having an issue, we'll do our best to assist you virtually or over the phone. So again, that number is 718-771-3105. Thank you, Fred, for your time. Thank the board, and everyone have a good evening.
Okay, thank you very much, Dwayne. All right, I also see we have Maurice Cummings from Councilmember Alika Ampry-Samuel's office. Are you still with us, Maurice?
Absolutely. Good evening, Chair. Good evening, board members and community members. Always a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. Hope everyone's well. Couple of things. As of today, New York City employees are now eligible for free COVID testing exclusively for city employees that don't have symptoms. Testing is safe and important and part of reducing the spread. So an appointment is required with Workweek NYC. They have a couple of different places. I'll drop those in the chat where employees of the city can go and get tested. For more information, there's a website. Again, I'll drop that in, but the address is located at 49 Flatbush Avenue Extension. Tomorrow, Councilmember Ampry-Samuel will be partaking in a public housing hearing on safety in NYCHA, and it'll be focused around strategies to encourage safety and how to better protect residents. Anyone who's interested in seeing that can tune into the City Council website. Again, I'll drop the information in the chat when I'm done speaking. There's a lot of concern around ranked choice voting and the education and ensuring that folk in communities have the proper education and the dissemination of information. I was actually part of a consortium call today, and it's been expressed that CFB will be doing a series of information distribution. They'll be partnering with local groups on the ground in communities. So they will be in touch with the community boards to partner and try to get the information out and to come into the communities to actually do the education. There's actually going to be an effort to do some in-person training and educations with respect to it for the persons who have a digital divide, may not have internet or access to internet, or just may not be technologically savvy to join something on a Zoom. So they are going to be reaching out. I heard Mr. Joshua say something about multiple languages, who for persons who are not, English is not their first language. They are looking to disseminate information in about 15 different languages as well. And I'll be part of that consortium call. It's every other Friday, so I'll be bringing updates as we proceed forward. I'm not going to take up too much time. Finally, last month I attended the book fair. There was a free book giveaway on Nostrand Avenue. I had an opportunity to attend that. I saw Mia. I met a couple of other board members and community members. It was a really good deal, a really good situation. I enjoyed myself, and I got a couple of coffee table pieces, books, free books. So thank you very much. And I also attended the rally at Associated, as I live on Montgomery between Nostrand and New York. And it was a very nice turnout, very big turnout. A lot of people came and a lot of good information was disseminated. Just trying to rally around, not making us a food desert. That's all I have. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Be well. I'll see you all next month. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cummings. And please give our best to the council members as well.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Ms. Bryant, we will give you the 2 minutes before we close out. We'll give you the 2 minutes.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick announcement. There is going to be a candidates night. It's called Follow the Money Candidates Night. It's for District 40. And the RSVP for it will be in the chat. It's already in there now. The date of the event is March 4th. And it's from, it begins at 6 p.m. And a lot of research has gone into it, and we look forward to seeing everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bryant. Okay, are there any other elected officials or representatives that are on the line that I haven't recognized?
Fred, good night. It's Karen from the
Okay, how you doing?
Pretty good. Night, everyone. I bring you greetings from the District Attorney's Office. We are still working remotely from home, but if you have any issues or concerns, my phone number is 718-250-4877. Please give me a call because our office is always willing to partnership with anyone that needs us. I just want to have to let you all know that we are having our Black History event, which will be virtual. It will be on February the 25th, and it will be a Zoom at 6 p.m. Please, our events are really nice. Please, it will be something because of COVID. Everybody is so tense, so tune in and enjoy yourself. Our panel, it will be a panel discussion. Our moderator will be Michelle Miller from CBS News. And one of our panels is Dr. Wayne Frederick from Howard University. So I would like you all to please join in and have a good time. It will be at 6 o'clock. Thank you so much. Everybody have a pleasant night.
Thank you very much, Tara.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. So last call. Are there any other electeds or representatives? Okay. Seeing none, I want to thank everyone for joining us this evening.
Wait, Mr. Chair, I apologize. This was the most important thing I needed to say, and I skipped it. This is District Leader Josh Pierre again. We are having a forum this week on access to COVID, and we'll have health professionals to discuss it. I just posted the link. We have seen that there's a lower turnout in terms of Central Brooklyn, and by that I mean specifically within the Black community. Not enough people are taking the vaccination either seriously or accessing it. So we're having a discussion where we will have healthcare professionals, doctors from the Black community. We'll discuss some of the stigmas and the history of that, but we'll also take the time to break it down. What is the vaccine, why it's important that we take it, herd immunity, and where you can access it. So I posted the link for that, and I apologize for having that slip my mind. Thank you.
Not a problem. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, and with that, we are concluding the public session of the meeting. We are now going to go into the business session. Madam Secretary, I would ask if you would please call the roll.
Hey, everyone, just be ready to unmute yourselves when I call your name. And Nicholas Almanor.
Yeah, present.
Stuart Ballberg.
Present.
Fred Baptiste.
Present.
Virginia Bechtold.
Present.
Rabbi Berman.
Present.
Warren Burke.
Present.
Augustine Blackwell. Augustine Blackwell. Aaron Brown. Aaron Brown. Alejandra Carballo, present. Suki Chong.
Present.
Michelle DeRosier Caldwell.
Present.
Rosemary Every.
Present.
Tessa Hackett Vieira. Tessa Hackett Vieira. If the person comes in later, or if I move on, you can always put your name down in the chat and I'll confirm. Bishop Silvera Hamilton Gonzalez. Silvera Hamilton Gonzalez. Shlomo Zalman Hecht.
Here.
Wayne King.
Here.
Primo Lasana.
Here.
Mina Lugute.
Here.
How is it possible I need one?
Francisca Leopold.
Here.
Nolan Levinson.
Here.
Melanie Lewis.
Here.
Michael Leiber.
Here.
Matthias Limberger.
Here.
Menachem Margolin.
Here.
Hold on one second. Carmen Martinez. Carmen Martinez.
Here.
Vivian Morgan.
Yes, I'm here.
Pat Moses.
Here.
Beverly Newsom.
Here.
Yankee Pearson.
Here.
Biel Peerbooms.
Here.
Amy Pinkerton.
Here.
Unello Rome Perry. Unello Rome Perry.
Here.
Dexter Roberts.
Present.
Mary Rollerson Blackett. Mary Rollerson Blackett. Desma Ross.
Present.
Melissa Sevier.
Present.
Rashida Sadiq.
Here.
Rabbi Sperlin. Rabbi Sperlin. Debbie Timothy.
Present.
Linda Watson Lord.
Here.
Evelyn Williams. Evelyn Williams.
Here. Here.
Okay, thank you. I got you. Lorianne Wolseley.
Here.
Did you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Lorianne is
I got
here.
you, Ms. Williams.
Alejandra, did you get me? Evelyn was speaking.
Yes, I got you.
Hello?
Lorianne. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, Ms. Williams, I got you. Can you hear me?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, Ms. Williams, I marked you down
No,
as
this
present.
is Bishop. No,
Oh.
this is Bishop Gonzalez.
Oh, that's not
Oh, okay. It was showing up that Ms. Williams was talking. I apologize.
No,
Okay, I'll
this is
go ahead and
Bishop
mark it down.
Gonzalez. My phone went out. I didn't know whether you heard me
No, I did.
when you called my name.
Okay, I got you now.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, 38 of 43 are present, 5 are not present. We have quorum.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Have all board members received a copy of the minutes? Well, actually, let me just check. Mia, was the minutes sent out to all board members? Okay. I'm not sure. Alejandro, can you confirm, was a copy of the minutes sent out to all the board? Did you receive a copy of the minutes as part of the distribution?
Hold on. All of the minutes, the meeting minutes, committee minutes, and the general board minutes from January 2021 was sent as a part of the email on Friday.
Okay. Thank you very much for the confirmation. Okay, so then we will review the minutes from January general board meeting. Were there any corrections to be made to the minutes? Okay, I call once again. Are there any corrections to be made to the minutes? Okay, seeing none, the minutes will stand as approved. We are now going to go on to item C of the agenda, committee reports. Are there any chairs who wish to make a brief report? A very brief report at this time.
I could just give a really quick announcement since on behalf of the Housing Committee. Next Wednesday, next Wednesday, the Housing Committee will be meeting and discussing 960 Franklin in regards to the level of affordable housing and the proposed housing in the certified proposal that was sent to us. I will be taking a look at it over the next week, and I encourage any community board members or community members that want to attend to come next Wednesday. I'll be sending out the minutes tomorrow, or not the minutes, the agenda tomorrow to announce the full community that will be having that meeting to discuss issues pertaining to 960 and housing.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other chairs who wish to give a report at this time?
Yes. Patricia Moses.
Yes. Go ahead, Ms. Moses.
Okay. Our February 9 minutes was submitted to the community board office. Also, there was a motion was passed by the committee for the full board to review bill number 2186, the city council comprehensive plan, and vote on the course of action. I just wanted to say in reference to that, I sat through that whole meeting today. It was from 10 a.m. to 3:30. I sat there and listened to both sides, you know, And it is something that you really have to think about and really go over and review, because I weighed both sides, and it's just certain things that I feel that as board members, it's not about saying yay or nay, but it's about research and understanding and respecting what the other side was saying. So again, I listened to both sides, and it's something that I really would have to go and look at again. Tomorrow, the presentation for 960 project is scheduled for 7 p.m. Now, questions were submitted from the public, and I was surprised that there wasn't a lot of questions, but those are the questions that we are going to review tomorrow at that meeting. And if there is time, then we will also try to take questions from the floor. I just want to say one thing in reference to the presentation. When you have a presentation, we already know what we've been listening for quite some time, about who's against and who's for. And I think that when one gives a presentation, I think that we need to listen, and then we would also be able to be for or against, when we have our public hearing, which is projected for March the 18th at 7 p.m. And then thereafter, hopefully we will be taking a vote from the board. Now, I want to also say that when we do have the public hearing, that for board members, we need at least 20% of our board members to attend so that we would have a quorum. Once again, just to everyone, and I'm going to end here, that 960 was certified on February the 1st, and our countdown started on February 11th for the 60-day process. Again, I'm going to hopefully see a number of you tomorrow. And again, this is not a situation where we're going to be challenging each other. We're actually going to listen. And then we also go listen to the questions and answers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Moses. Are there any other chairs who wish to give a brief report at this time? Okay, seeing none. I want to thank all the chairs and all the committees for all the hard work you're doing. And we are now going to move on to item D, district office report. Mia, do you have anything you wish to share at this time, or do you want to defer your report for this month?
Very briefly, I can just confirm that we've obtained the new Zoom license. So there will be no more WebEx meetings, thank God. So yes, no freeze frames, no stall outs, no disconnections. So everyone will be on Zoom moving forward for March. And that's about it.
Great news, great news. Thank you very much. Okay, we are now going to go on to the chairman's report. Just bear with me one second while I bring up the notes. Okay, I do believe that a number of items have already been shared, but I'll just try and give a brief report of those. So again, I think one of the major topics, and I thank again the ULURP committee and all the and the chairs of a number of other committees as well, including housing, including environmental protection, including parks. So 960 Franklin, the project was certified, as was mentioned before, February 1st. Our clock started around February 10th or February 11th, which gives us 60 days in terms of actually coming up with a recommendation. As the ULURP chair had stated, so there's an applicant presentation that's going to be scheduled for tomorrow. We are encouraging for people to come. The idea for the applicant presentation is for them to actually tell us what is included as part of their project. And this is going to be critical as well because some of the parameters have changed. And this is why I think this is a good thing that we actually submitted our Google Forms, our questions early, because we did get an earlier response from the applicant, which really is kind of surprising as well, because now there are a number of other elements that have been added to this project, which is going to be very necessary for us to understand as we're evaluating and coming up with a recommendation from the board. So I just further recommend very strongly that, anyone who can, if you can definitely make it, please try and make sure you're present, able to be present for the applicant presentation on the 24th. We have a public hearing that has been scheduled for March 13th. So that is going to be the public hearing. Again, as the ULURP chair has advised, we are going to need a certain percentage of the board members to make sure that they are present as well. And we definitely encourage, for public engagement. So definitely this will be the opportunity to ask questions, to present viewpoints, to offer testimony as well. And with that being said, we are tentatively looking at a board vote will happen at the March meeting. This will probably be necessary as the clock runs out before the time of the next meeting. So we're trying to make sure that we have enough time to actually meet as a board, examine all the testimony, and develop a recommendation that we will forward on as part of the ULURP process. The commitment that the board has from myself, from leadership, is that we are going to make sure we follow this application as it goes through as well. I have an idea that this thing will morph several more times before it gets to the end, but it's going to be critical that we make sure that we're there and we let them know what the concerns are from our community vantage point. So we are going to definitely be following this after that as well. Let me see. We had actually developed a list. So one of the things that we have been doing as part of the leadership of the community board is trying to promote accountability. We've had it. It's always an unfortunate incident when we do not have quorum because members do not show. It becomes definitely something where it's an issue when there's multiple absent. So we had done, the district office had actually created a list in terms of members who had been absent. We had actually begun the dialogue with regards to finding out why people were absent. And I want to say that with regards to that process, this is not something that is an exercise in terms of we're trying to do a purge. We're trying to get people off of the board. Absolutely, what this is exercising our responsibility to make sure that members are present and doing the work of the community and making sure that the board is able to function. I think I mentioned it earlier, and I've had a number of conversations with regards to a number of members whose names were on the list. And, without definitely getting into any specifics of anyone's situation, I think what is definitely apparent is we are living in some really tough times. We have members who are going through things. And listen, I mean, obviously, it's like life always comes before Community Board 9. So with that, at the executive committee meeting, we had actually voted to table a number of the recommendations. I've had several conversations with regards to that as well with other members who weren't able to make it to the executive committee, but we were able to have a good dialogue. They did reach out and they were in contact with me. So when we get to the appropriate section, I think that we are at the point, and just even judging by the roll call this evening, I think this is probably the most members of Community Board 9 I've seen in a minute. I think we're at the point where people are in a better space. They're able to engage. They're committed. They're focused. And I think that we'll be able to proceed from the board. So at the appropriate time, I will entertain motions to table the recommendations. And at a little bit later on during new business. During new business, as there is definitely a desire to have additional information with regards to the situation with the Parks Committee Chair, we will entertain that briefly during new business, so that way we can answer the questions. I want to make sure that we are dealing with the facts of the matter, that we understand the parameters, that we understand the conversations and the context in which all actions are taken. But the idea is that this cannot continue to be a distraction for the board. So I will answer questions. I will outline the timeline and those things that happened. We will have an opportunity to resolve this evening, and it will be resolved this evening. That concludes, and actually, one last item, and I was so remiss. One important item that we need to also take care of this evening is that after 6 years, almost 6 years, we are finally at the point where we have a candidate for a district manager position that was voted on at last month's meeting. We've done our due diligence. We've had conversations with relevant agencies, the Office of Management and Budget. We've had conversations with Brooklyn Borough Hall. We've had conversations with Corporation Counsel. And we've cleared most of the hurdles in terms of any prerequisites that we would have had to do with them. And we are at the stage where this evening, we will have a resolution that will be presented, that has been sent to the board, and we will look to hire our district manager this evening. This is a long time, and I want to thank all the board members for your time, for your patience, for your energy, for your dedication in terms of bringing us to this point. And when we get to the voting item section, we will entertain the resolution. And we will also hopefully hear from the candidate as well, who is here with us this evening. That concludes my report purposes. And we will now go to item F, the voting item. Okay, and I guess this is the perfect segue. We're now going to go to item A on the voting items. Is regards to the resolution for the district manager. I'm not sure if, hopefully everyone has received, all the board members have received a copy of it. Madam Secretary, do you have a copy of the resolution?
Pulling it up now. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, no, I just want to make sure you have it for your records. I will actually read the resolution, and they will entertain a motion to adopt. Okay, so do you have it?
Was that sent out on Friday? Because I don't see it in the email from Friday.
No, that came out today. It's spanking brand new. Spanking brand new. Okay, I will read it out and we will make sure we get a copy for it. So the resolution is as follows. Whereas one of the functions of a community board is to cooperate with, consult, assist, and advise any public officer, agency, local administrators of agencies, legislative body, or the borough president with respect to any matter related to the welfare of the district and its residents. Whereas Chapter 70, Section 2800, subsection F of the New York City Charter specifies that each board within budgetary appropriations therefore shall appoint a district manager and shall be authorized to utilize the services of such other professional staff and consultants, including planners and other experts, as they may deem appropriate, all of whom shall serve at the pleasure of the community board and shall provide the board with staff support and technical assistance it requires to fulfill the duties assigned to it by this charter or other law. Whereas the district manager shall have responsibility for processing service complaints, preside at meetings of the district service cabinet, and perform such duties, other duties assigned by the community board in accordance with the statement of duties required by paragraph 7 of subdivision D of section 2800 of the charter. Whereas Community Board 9 for the Borough of Brooklyn has been without a district manager since October of 2018. Whereas CB9, with a quorum present, reviewed and approved by a majority vote the parameters of a district manager search process in November 2019. Whereas in January 2020, in accordance with Article 11.1, subsection B of the bylaws, the chairperson of Community Board 9 established a search committee for the purpose of conducting a search for a district manager. Whereas the search committee developed a job description and provided public notice of the vacancy per the CB9 bylaws. Whereas the search committee received responses and reviewed over 140 applicants. Whereas special meetings of the board were convened on December 8, 2020 and January 4th, 2021 to interview the candidates recommended by the search committee. Whereas on January 27, 2021, at a general board meeting of Community Board 9, with a quorum present and by a majority vote of the board, candidate number 97, Mr. Dante B. Arnwine, was selected to proceed in the hiring process. Whereas at the same meeting, CB9 discussed and voted on a proposed salary. Whereas Mr. Arnwine was presented with and accepted a contingent offer of employment from Community Board 9. Whereas Community Board 9 conducted due diligence and consulted with agencies including New York City Corporation Council, Brooklyn Borough Hall, and the Office of Management and Budget. Therefore, it is resolved that Community Board 9 of the Borough of Brooklyn appoints Mr. Dante B. Arnwine to serve as its district manager. It is resolved that Mr. Dante B. Arnwine will receive $85,000 per annum as compensation. It is resolved that the district manager search committee is now discharged. It is further resolved the CB9 offers its sincerest gratitude to Search Committee Chair Alejandro Caraballo and Search Committee members Michelle DeRosier Caldwell, Rosemary Evering, Matthias Limburger, and Amy Pinkerton for their diligent and dedicated service. It is further resolved that CB9 recognizes the dedication, professionalism, and superior service of our district office staff, Assistant District Manager Mia N. Hilton, and Community Assistant Khalid N. Nixon. It is further resolved that CB9 offers its thanks to all those board members and members of the public who have participated in the work of this search committee and on previous search committees for their service to the community district. Proposed February 23rd, 2021.
Point of
This is the
clarification
resolution.
here.
Let's,
Quick question, not just
Yes,
something you
sure.
read.
no, go ahead.
If I heard correctly, you said there was no district manager since 2018.
It's a
Yeah,
mistake.
I believe it was 2015,
15.
unless you're referring to the
15.
judgment.
It was 15.
So you said, I think.
It reads 15 in the resolution.
Oh, all right.
My apologies if I misspoke. It reads 15. Okay, at this time, I will entertain a motion to adopt the resolution.
Make a motion to accept the minute of the resolution as read.
I'd like to
Oh, I'm
second
sorry.
it.
Okay, I hear a second by Linda Watson Lord, and who's the
Melanie.
maker?
Melanie.
Oh, Melanie Mills was the maker of the motion. All right, so it's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll call the question. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Okay, everyone, please be ready to unmute yourselves when I call your name. The current item being voted on is the approval of the resolution that was just read by the chair. And we'll start with the vote. Nicholas Almanor. Nicholas Almanor. If you're having issues with your phone or not able to please put it in the chat and I will come back to you before the end of the vote. Stuart Ballberg.
Yes.
Creation,
Baptiste.
rebirth, energy,
Yes.
all of that. That's what we're looking for.
Virginia Bechtold.
Yes.
Rabbi Berman.
Yes.
Warren Burke.
Yes.
Alejandra Caraballo, yes. Suki Chong.
Yes.
Michelle DeRosier Caldwell.
Yes.
Verlene Dozier. Verlene Dozier. Rosemary Evering.
Yes.
Tessa Hack, or they are not.
Yes,
here.
I'm here, I'm here, I'm here,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
Mark me present, please, Alejandro.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
But we're voting on the resolution, not attendance. You should clarify.
Yes, yes, I said yes for the resolution and I want her to mark me present because I was late.
Thank you. Shlomo Zalman Hecht.
Yes.
Wayne King.
She must know them.
Wayne King. Primo Lasana.
Yes.
Francisca Leopold. Francisca Leopold.
Yes.
Mina Legute.
Yes.
Nolan Levinson.
Yes.
Melanie Lewis,
Yes.
Michael Liburd,
Yes.
Matthias Limburger,
Yes.
Menahem Margolin,
Yes.
Carmen Martinez,
Abstain.
Robert Mitchell. Oh, I apologize. That was on the roll call. I am so sorry for that.
Secretary, should have removed him.
Vivian Morgan. Vivian. Abstain. Thank you. Pat Moses.
Yes.
Beverly Newsom.
No.
Yankee Person.
Yes.
Riel Purebooms.
Yes.
Amy Pinkerton.
Yes.
Unella Rome Perry.
Abstain.
Dexter Roberts.
Yes.
Desma Ross.
She says she's in the bus, so macro.
Ms. Ross, we need you to either vote yes, no, or abstain on the matter. If you can, put it on the chat, and I will mark that answer.
Yes.
So yes, okay, thank you. Melissa Severe,
Yes.
Rashida Sadiq,
Abstain.
Rabbi Sperlin, okay, they weren't here. Debbie Timothy,
Yes.
Linda Watson Lord,
Yes.
Evelyn Williams,
Yes.
Lori Ann Woolsey,
Yes.
Hello? Hello?
yes.
Hello, this is Bishop Gonzalez. You didn't call my name again.
Oh, I apologize. Let me just double check.
You did.
What, Silvetta, what is your vote?
My vote is yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else I missed or anybody else who I didn't get to?
Nicholas Almono, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is Verlene Dozier still on the line? I thought I saw her earlier.
So there are 32 yes votes. Four abstentions. And among all those voting, or actually, and one no.
Okay, so I hear the vote as 32 in favor, 4 abstaining, and 1 against.
Yes,
Correct?
that's correct.
All right, the motion carries, the resolution passes. Mr. Dante Arnwine is now appointed as District Manager for Community Board 9.
Outstanding.
There's a smiling guy over here. Mr. Arnwine, how are you doing this evening?
I'm doing quite well. How are you?
I'm doing well, Mr. District Manager. Would you care to say a few words to this Community Board 9?
Sure, thank you. I'm not going to take up much of your time because I know that you all have an extensive agenda for tonight, but I want to thank all of you. It feels good to have the confidence of the community board. Moving forward, I mean, I think that many of you have, been able to hear me speak in the rather rigorous interview process. I have a vision for the office. I really believe that this is a time for the community board to really take a step forward and change the way that people think about community boards. Look at us right now, where we're having full meetings on cell phones and laptops and computers. I really want to figure out a way to use technology to make the office more efficient and more effective. The senator came on earlier and he spoke about the resources that are coming down from Washington. We had a couple of representatives from the state elected officials office want to talk about that information. Something that's important, and I believe that's extremely important as the district manager, is making sure that the information that as it pertains to our district is being disseminated to the district, not only the community board, but people in our district. And I look forward to working with all of you on the community board, working with the committees, and of course, working with the staff to figure out free and innovative ways where we can disseminate information and get it to the public. One of the biggest things that I've noticed working in city government is that, sometimes just people don't have the information. They just didn't know that there was a viable option out there for them. So I look forward to figuring out how we can, improve or rather say enhance service delivery in the district. Moving forward, I'm going to try to get my affairs in order as fast as I can, so I can start in a full-time capacity. I look forward to meeting with the exec board, meeting with all of the communities, committees within the board. Over the past 2 hours, you guys have talked about the ULEP process. And then the housing committee with 960 Franklin. These are big issues that are happening in the district. I know that someone had brought up, they wish that they had more comments from the public. I think that that's something that our district staff, we want to look at ways when things come up in the district, how can we get feedback from the district? So, that gives you all information to make valuable decisions on behalf of the district. So with that, I won't take up much more of your time, but I can definitely say this is the greatest honor of my public service life. I look forward to working with all of you and being an asset, not only for the community board, but the whole community and the borough of Brooklyn. Thank you.
Mr. Irwin, thank you so much. You had me at free. But I just want to say thank you very much. You were very impressive throughout the entire process, and we're looking forward to great things coming from you. I just want to say right off the bat, you're coming into a shop that is already strong. I do want to thank our district office staff. I want to thank our assistant district manager, Ms. Mia Hilton, and I want to thank our community assistant, Mr. Philippe Nixon. Listen, I think you're going to have a great team. I think you all will be a great team, and we are going to go to the next level as a board. With all your professionalism and all your skills and everything else. Thank you so much and welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we've completed item A. We are going to now go on to item B, housing resolution for the Associated Supermarket. I will ask Secretary Carballo, so do you have a resolution that you would like for the board to consider?
I do. I'm going to put it in the chat now. Actually, I think it just got cut off. Let me just I can just do a quick reading. It's not exceptionally lengthy. It's basically expressing our disapproval. The resolution states, whereas Community Board 9 recognizes the importance of affordable and nutritious food for our community residents, especially so in the middle of a pandemic. In early January, the Associated Supermarket on 975 Nostrand Avenue was given 90 days to vacate the property. This closure of a vital link to affordable food is extremely detrimental to our community and its residents. During this pandemic, it has become increasingly clear that the importance of grocery stores has never been higher. Whereas Community Board 9 recognizes the substantial issues of racial equity and how this closure affects our community. Communities of color are consistently denied access to sources of nutritious food and are often relegated to live in food deserts. With the closing of the Associated Residents may be forced to walk up to a mile to a comparable grocery store and or take the subway or bus and potentially increase their risk of exposure to COVID. It is resolved that the Community Board 9 strongly opposes the forced closure of the Associated Supermarket. Additionally, Community Board 9 calls on our local elected officials to use every means available to them to find a solution for the community and keep the Associated Supermarket open.
Okay, so we have the motion on the floor, the resolution on the floor. So it's moved by Alejandro. You're making the motion.
Yes, I'll move to bring it onto the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Was that you, Ms. Williams?
Yes, yes, my chairperson.
Okay. All right, so it's been moved and seconded. We will have discussion. Are there any questions? If you could please raise your hand or put it in the chat if you have a question. We're going to open the list. Mia, do you see any hands? Well, actually, just as a quick housekeeping item, if you're on the phone, if you're having an issue, if you're on the phone, if you hit *9, that will help you to raise your hand. *9 will raise your hand for you if you wish to be recognized. Okay, Mia or Khalid, do you see any hands raised?
Yes, I see Yakov, I see Michael Liebert, I see Mr. Balberg as well.
Oh, hold on. So Rabbi Berman, you saw Mr. Liebert?
Liebert and Balberg.
Balberg, and I'll include myself as well.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Okay. Rabbi Berman.
Yes. So first of all, just two questions. What is the purpose and the goal of the motion? I'm a little unclear. Is it to show support? Is it to send a message? Who are we making this motion for? Did anybody ask for this motion from the is this coming from the associated, the current owners, or is this coming from the community? I'm not clear, because the reason why I'm asking this question is because I watched Assemblymember Richardson's presentation on Facebook, and my understanding was that community involvement and demonstrations and other types of involvement may not be helpful, that they are working behind the scenes and there are lawyers involved, and we may not have a place here. I don't know that we don't. I don't know that we do. I just want some clarification on these questions, please.
Thanks for the question, Rabbi Berman. This is coming from the Housing Committee. The last meeting that we had at the Housing Committee, we specifically discussed this. It was probably one of the most well-attended Housing Committee meetings that we've had in quite some time. And we dedicated pretty much the entire meeting towards this particular issue. I've attended the flyering event, and there was, well over 50 dozens of people there, and the protest was just as well attended. This is a pretty visceral issue for a lot of the community. So this is not coming from the Associated, the owners of the Associated, or anybody involved with the Associated. This is coming out of the Housing Committee after speaking with everyone who attended the meeting earlier this month. The purpose of this is just to put us on public record that we oppose the closure, and that we acknowledge the particular issues that this closure will impact and how it will impact the community. Ultimately, like I mentioned earlier in this meeting, there aren't any real legal mechanisms for anyone to prevent the closure, but we can at least state our piece as a community board if we agree that we oppose the closure, and we urge our elected officials to do as much as they can to come up with a solution. And I think this just helps further solidify that. I don't, ultimately this is just a resolution. This has no force of law. It has no, anything else other than putting us as our official position as a community board.
So Fred, thank you. A matter of procedure. Shouldn't this motion be coming from the supermarkets? I'm just, I would think that somebody has to make how are we even sure that they want us to go forward with this motion?
Well, as a point of procedure, the motion would come from a member of Community Board 9. So that would be,
Right, on behalf of, I
from a
mean.
member. Right now, your question is there in terms of what is the supermarket's position, or do they, and I think there's a number of conversations that are happening.
Right, do we know
I
the
guess
supermarket's position on this motion is another question.
I guess my answer is I don't know. I think that's the answer. We don't know.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, Michael, you were drawing?
You can move forward to Mr. Balberg. He said his question was answered in Yako's line of questioning.
Very well. Okay, thank you. Mr. Balberg. So we still on?
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. All right. I don't think anybody in this whole community says that they should shut down the supermarket. But when we're going to approach somebody in the middle of negotiations and use harsh language and say, I demand and you must, and instead of asking them to consider it, I don't think that's going to be productive. Of course, I could never vote no for a thing like that, but the charged language in it has much to be desired. I don't think that our board should unnecessarily use racial overtones, use race in the issue, because it seems to attribute the wrong motives to people. Because of that, I could never vote yes for it. So I'm going to abstain because we ought to be careful with our use of language. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balberg. I am next on the list. Well, are there any other members who wish to make any comments?
I did step away from my computer for 2 minutes, and I really missed what the motion was. What motion is on the floor really. But based on the conversation I've heard, I know it's concerning the supermarket, and I think as a community, we all, because at the end of the day, when you look at it, we're talking about not talking about this person. At the end of the day, we the community, the Black community, we are the one that's hurting. We are the one who don't have a place to shop. We are about to. We're losing Associated, and we'll be losing Western Beef, right? We don't know how that is working. We have our seniors, the closest supermarket out here down on Flatbush. As we've heard so many people mention for the seniors who go to Associated, closest place to them. We are in walking distance for Western Beef. Where are we going? We don't know what's coming in the community. We don't know whatever supermarket that comes, is it affordable for us in the community? And we all will be affected, and we have to band together. Previous last year or even the year before, when that issue came up for the supermarket to shut down, they wanted the board to come on board to help, and they want us to do anything in our power to help. Whatever happened, whatever transpired during the years, it died down and it came back up again. And it's our duties as a community, Associated, being there for the community. Every summer, Black associations and Black association, they go to Associated, and it doesn't matter what it is, they turn back nobody. You will walk in there and they will tell you, you know what? We had about 30 persons who came in and we gave out so much already. But if they have to give you a juice, they'll give it to you. Never turn back. They stand with the community. It is our responsibility to stand with them. So whether they did come and they did ask for our support and anything that we can do, because at the end of the day, as one person mentioned, how long will this construction start? How long will we have a supermarket? 3-4 years? How many years? Then we have our seniors suffering. Where will they go? Right? And then when they do come and we bring a supermarket, who is it for? For us? Is it affordable? We need to do something. So I don't stand for anybody talking about we should talk about race. So we are talking about race. And the race has nothing to do with it. The thing that's troubling us and concerns us is what affects us in the community, the entire community.
Amen.
Okay, thank you, Fran. Amy Pinkerton?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Amy. I just want to say I'm not certain of the language as well in this motion. I mean, I'm all for supporting Associate Supermarket, the management. I haven't really heard from them. I don't know where they stand. If this motion was more about having a supermarket in the area supporting the continuation of Associated in our neighborhood, I would say yes, but I don't know how to vote in this, and I will probably also abstain, just like Mr. Balberg.
Okay, thank you very much, Pinkerton. And I see I will recognize myself at this point. First of all, I do want to thank the Housing Committee for jumping into this. Because this is definitely an issue that is a concern within our district. And I think it's absolutely spot on. Problem is that when Associated leaves, that does leave a huge gaping hole, which creates a lot of issues with regards to access to low cost or lower cost food. I should say low cost. It's a lower cost food. And it does create issues in terms of we have seniors, and at the point was brought with regards to we're currently dealing with the pandemic. And I think there are a number of issues that deal with this. But my question then also becomes, among other questions, is it a matter of what we want to do is take a stand regarding food insecurity in terms of how do we address that? How do we do it from a legislative perspective, from we be careful, zoning perspective, if that's the case, or what tools do we have in terms of being able to address that? So that's from one perspective. I think there's a question, and I'm not sure if we should necessarily insert a name in there, whereas the larger issue that's more than just the one entity at this point. I think the other piece of that is since this story has broken, I think that even from a community board perspective, there are just a lot of answers that we have not gotten. There has not been any direct conversation with Associated. We have not been approached by Associated in terms of looking for assistance with regards to that. I think other electeds are involved in it. They've had sidebar conversations. Sometimes it is a better situation because it enables the temperatures to come down so that way people can actually negotiate something and come to a compromise, as opposed to if we put everything on Front Street, sometimes that just makes people harden their hearts. And wherever there was an opportunity for negotiation might disappear. So we need to be careful with that as well. My understanding is, and even from looking at Diana's email, she's saying there's negotiations that are happening, there are lawyers involved, which means that at any point this could be rendered moot. This is all to say that while I understand the intent of the resolution, I'm not sure that at this point, at least, it makes sense for us to jump in. I think that there's still some additional information. I think there's still probably conversations we should have with the electeds in terms of understanding what they're doing, as opposed to actually putting a stake in the ground and actually coming with a resolution. So my thought is it may be better for us to at least table this while we can get some additional answers to see how this is playing out. The electeds, I think one portion of this is that the electeds are actually having those conversations. So I think between the assembly member, she's already stated that she has been involved in that. The council member has stated that she's been involved in that. And I'm not sure if it's a matter of, we need to be an additional chef in the kitchen because it may not be helpful. So my thought is, but this is at the pleasure of the board, I think that perhaps we should table this and we can continue to see if we can find additional information to see what's the best way for us to engage in this conversation, if we should engage. Are there any other comments? Seeing none. Is Community Board 9 ready for the question? Okay, we're gonna
As I
call the
said
question.
before, Mr. Chair, before you move with the motion, Mr. Chair, I made my comment. My comment was not based on the motion on the floor. I was just going based on the discussion, the earlier discussion, because I didn't hear the motion. So I won't be able to respond or do a vote on the motion because I didn't hear it.
Okay, so would you like to hear the motion?
Yes.
All right, is it possible for the secretary, can you read the motion, or the resolution back? Just
I'll
so that way
repeat the
everyone's clear on the question.
motion as entered. So the motion is to approve a resolution on the closure of the Associated Supermarket. And so the entirety of the resolution is, whereas Community Board 9 recognizes the importance of affordable and nutritious food for our community residents, especially so in the middle of a pandemic. In early January, the Associated Supermarket 975 Nostrand Avenue was given 90 days to vacate the property. The closure of a vital link to affordable food is extremely detrimental to our community and its residents. During this pandemic, it is becoming increasingly clear that the importance of grocery stores has never been higher. Whereas Community Board 9 recognizes substantial issues of racial equity and how this closure affects our community. Communities of color are consistently denied access to sources of nutritious food and are often relegated to live in food deserts. With the closing of the Associated, residents may be forced to walk up to a mile to a comparable grocery store or take the subway or bus and potentially increase the risk of exposure to COVID. It is resolved that Community Board 9 strongly opposes the forced closure of the Associated Supermarket. Additionally, Community Board 9 calls on our local elected officials to use every means available to them to find a solution for the community and keep the Associated Supermarket open.
Okay, that is the resolution that we are now voting on.
You mentioned you wanted to potentially table this. My concern is that if we vote on this and it doesn't pass, it could have the opposite effect. If we vote on this motion and it does not pass, it's going to empower whoever the developers are. So I think since you mentioned you feel best to table this till we get more information, I'd like to make a motion to table this till the next meeting, instead of taking a risk now and voting with without all the information. I make a motion to table this to the next meeting.
All right, so it's been moved to table by Rabbi Berman. Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Point of order.
Second.
Point of order. Mr. Chair.
What is your point?
Was there a motion on the floor to accept the resolution already?
Yeah.
No, it was moved and seconded. It was moved and seconded.
So
We had a
just
conversation.
reported, just from a process standpoint, can we then have a new motion to table it in this? Is that proper procedure? Okay.
It is proper. The motion is
Okay.
in order.
Got it. Okay. Thank
It
you.
is in order and it supersedes the original motion. So we have to
Thank you.
dispense with this first.
Okay.
All right, so I am sorry. I saw a motion to table from Yakov Berman and there was a second by Mindy Mindy, was that you? Second by.
Yes, it was.
by Mindy Marcos. All right, is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none,
Please
we'll call the
explain.
question.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, who was that?
This is Beverly. Please explain why the second motion supersedes the first.
Yeah, I was wondering too.
Because the motion to table would supersede. If it fails, then you consider the original motion.
Like I
If
said,
it
please
passes,
explain that
That's Robert's Rules of Order.
because
It's a privileged motion. If you make a motion to table, so it means that you're saying that we're not sure we're ready to consider this motion. So it's been moved and seconded, so it can be considered by the board. Now, if the motion to table passes, and especially as this motion has been given a time frame, it will come back on our agenda for next month. If it fails, then we consider the original motion and we vote.
Yakov, your concern was that if the first motion on the floor fails, is that it would validate the developers pushing forward?
I have two concerns. First of all, there was some questions raised about the position of the owners of the supermarket, where they stand on this, whether it's helpful. And I brought another point is that if we in fact vote, like I cannot vote for this motion with all the facts because of the language. And if it doesn't pass, it empowers the other side. And I don't want to take a position until I have all the facts.
All
So my
right, thank
concern is
you.
let's vote next month. Let's let the committee reach out to Associated, reach out to Deanna Richardson's office, come back and present all the facts. And if we have to tweak the language, we'll tweak the language. But let's do it right and not risk doing something wrong here.
And that's why you asked for the table.
That's why I asked for the table. I asked the table to next month.
Got
Not
it.
permanently. I put a timeline. Let's wait a month, get the facts and come back and vote.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Are there any other questions with? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to speak. So I'm not immediately opposed to waiting. My strong concern, or particularly just sorry, I'm not opposed to waiting to strengthen the language and work on adding more facts and strengthening the resolution. But my concern is that the 90 days was given in early January, and it's now late February, and by the time we're meeting, it's late March, and we're looking at an early April. If 90 days from early January, it would be closing 2 weeks after our final board or next board meeting, and so it's more of an issue of timeliness. And so I understand maybe that there are concerns that this hasn't maybe had enough input from stakeholders at the Associated or the electeds. And so I appreciate those particular concerns, but I worry about the immediate issues for the community in particular. Starting in April, the community may be without a grocery store in this area. So that's where I'm coming from.
So Fred, if I may respond, since I made the
Okay,
motion.
I had my hand raised for a very long time and everyone's speaking. I'm not getting a chance.
All right, hold on. So we'll recognize Ms. Morgan, and Yakov will come back to you after that, okay? Yes, go ahead, Ms. Morgan.
Okay, I'm asking for the community board to send out a mass email to the residents of CB9 so we could have a feedback on how they stand, instead of us sending out emails and not getting to the people that do not have access to a computer, to internet. There's a lot of folks in our community that do not have money to pay for internet, so they are not being informed. So what we need to do as a community board representing the community, we need to find other means of reaching out to the community, and we have to go back to using mail. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Rabbi Berman, I think you had a point?
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly respond. First of all, as it was already clarified, this has no legal, the motion is just more of a statement. It has no legal standing. So I'm not so concerned with the timeline, but more importantly, I agree with you. It'd be a lot better if we vote on a motion tonight. And I question why the committee didn't do the very basic, the bare minimum, and reach out to the stakeholders. Like, with that, you present a motion, you never spoke to the stakeholders, we don't have all the facts, and you want us to rush it through. Get the facts. If you could get the facts in the next 10 minutes and present it to us, then let's vote tonight. But we don't have the facts. That's the bottom line. We can't vote without the facts.
Can we also hear, because I'm curious why this isn't in economic development, since it is a business, and may I suggest that be a partnership between housing and economic development? Then their meetings are held separately. So if we don't have an adjustment in the language tonight or contact with the business, with the store tonight, by the time economic development has their next meeting, maybe there'll be some conversation by then.
And I think that's something that is enabled by us taking a little bit of extra time in terms of being able to do that. Between, I think the housing chair had already said that there's additional information she might be able to gather. If there's a perspective economic development has, the chair is here as well, and her committee can do that. As well as, I think we stand ready, I stand ready to at least still make the inquiries with regards to the elected officials, and if necessary to the Associated itself, to find out what is their direction and where they're trying to go. It gives us an opportunity to do these. The only thing I'm concerned about is us not doing, us taking a position early cuts off a lot of options, and we're locked into a position that we don't necessarily need to be locked into quite yet. But yes, so listen, so with that being said, we are going to call the question.
My
I have
hand was
one more
raised.
question.
I'm sorry, who was that?
My name is Dexter Roberts, and my hand was raised for the longest while.
Okay, we will recognize you, and then we're going to close on you.
My hand's been up too, Mr. Chair, Slybird.
No, you can't raise your hand now, Mr. Library. Okay, so Mr. Roberts and then Mr. Library. Hold on. Anyone else after that?
I see Mr. Margolin, his hand was up. I don't know if that was an error from his initial request to speak.
Mia, Rabbi Sperlin's trying
Roberts.
to connect. He's having issues.
Okay, I see Roberts. I see Library. Mr. Margolin, do you have a question as well?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that I definitely
Okay,
agree
well,
that I do have a
then,
comment, yes.
Yeah, we'll recognize it. We'll recognize it. So, Margolin. Is there anyone else after that? Seeing none, we're going to close on Mr. Margolin. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
Good night, guys. Edmund Burke said, bad things happen when good people sit by and do nothing. I really don't understand or comprehend why would one need more information when you have people rallying to protect the interests of the community and to save the supermarket. I doesn't really see what is the issues about language or barriers, or why we should have to wait a whole month. In a whole month waiting, so many things can happen. If you are in the sea and you are drowning, are you going to wait a whole month for someone to throw a rope? Desperate measures requires desperate action. And I can see us as a community board sitting by and seeing something of this magnitude is going to be liquidated in our community, and we decide to wait a month. We have already waited the month of January. We have already waited the month of February. To wait the month of March. By the time that happened, then what cause are we taking? What action are we taking? When the supermarket is saved, then we come in to put our name in to say we had a resolution. I think now is a time is the call for action, and we should take a stand tonight. Tabling this issue is not in the interest of the community. We need to take sometimes we need to actually think of our position. Who do we serve and whom are we serving? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I see Mr. Library.
Yeah, I just wanted a point of clarification before I ask my question. Where would this resolution go if we approved it, or if we approved some other letter showing our support for the need for a supermarket in that area? Where is this going? To whom does it go?
Well, let me take a stab, and Alejandro, correct me, if I, clarify if I go off the rails. My understanding is that what this is asking for is for us to actually reach out to the elected officials and give them our position in which we're saying that we think the association should stay. So at the very least, I know it's going to the elected officials. Alejandro, was there anywhere else you intended this to go as well?
I think it just as a public statement as well, to put the board our position on the closing as a public position.
Okay, well, the second piece of that is not an action-oriented step, so that is fine, but I don't know how that helps the situation. The first one, what Fred described, if that's the purpose of it, and I don't think anyone in this call disagrees that we should support a supermarket in an area, can we agree to writing a letter that we give Fred the flexibility to write with the housing committee or whomever to the electeds on behalf of the community board that says we support a supermarket in that area, so that if we're on record doing that and it's sent to whomever needs to receive it to demonstrate that the community board is behind it to the degree that that really has an impact. At least it's there now in real time. That's a question.
I mean, I think,
go ahead.
I think within the language of the resolution, there's something that once we've adopted an official position to stop us from writing a formal letter to our elected officials mirroring the language and calling for the same things. I don't know if the chair had a different idea or a different answer.
No, I didn't particularly do all right. Let me see. I see Mr. Margolin.
Yeah, I have to agree that this development and definitely removing the supermarket is not in the interest of the community. But I'm trying to understand why this is a racial issue as to imply that only people of color don't have to have a need for affordable groceries in that area. And I think that the language of this resolution is not accurate and it's not fair to people that are not of color. And I think this is not a racial issue. It's more an issue of people that simply just need to get groceries that they need, that they would not be able to easily get otherwise if the supermarket closes.
Chair, if I just have 1 minute, I just want to respond particularly to the I think there's been quite a few comments, particularly about the racial aspect. I think as there's been some strong opinions issued tonight, and from what I've heard talking to the community and attending the flyering event, and also just talking to people, you know, everybody in this community is able to shop at the Associated. But I think there's a reality that we have to acknowledge, that the closure of the supermarket will disproportionately and disparately impact people of color in this community who may not have access to get in a car, or may not have access to more higher price grocery or delivery services, particularly our seniors. And so this is not attributing malice or any kind of racial motives to the developers or the owners of the plot. I just wanted to acknowledge the realities that these kinds of closures have on the community and the disparate impact that they have, and how they've historically had impacts on our communities. And so that's the reason why that language is in there, and I placed it in there. You know, again, I'm not ascribing any kind of racial animus to any party or any developer. I just wanted to acknowledge that reality and how communities of color are disparately impacted by these kinds of closures.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Margolin was the last on the speakers list, so we are now calling the question. So the motion currently on the floor is to table the original motion. Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Nicholas Almanor.
No, no table.
Oh, let me clarify. A vote for yes is to table. A vote for no is to keep the motion on the floor and proceed to a vote on the underlying motion. Stuart Ballberg. Stuart Ballberg.
Yes.
Fred Baptiste.
Yes.
Virginia Bechtold.
No.
Rabbi Berman.
Yes.
Warren Burke.
Yes.
Alejandra Caraballo, no. Suki Chung.
No.
Michelle DeRosier Caldwell.
No.
Rosemarie Evering.
Abstain.
Tessa Hackett Vieira. Tessa Hackett Vieira.
No.
Whoever don't want me to speak, stop muting me, okay? Thank you. 6 times straight, somebody's muted me. I don't know.
Hi, Miss Williams, it's me. I muted you because there's feedback from your TV. Sorry.
No, my TV's not on, baby.
Okay,
Nothing on in here, not even a radio.
gotcha.
Bishop Silvetta Hamilton Gonzalez.
Yes.
Shlomo Zalman Hecht.
Yes.
Primo Lasana.
No.
Francisco Leopold.
No.
Nolan Levinson. Oh, sorry, I skipped one. Mina Lagute.
Yes.
Nolan Levinson.
No.
Melanie Lewis.
I'm in agreement to move forward with the resolution, so I'm sorry. Is that yes? I'm in agreement with the resolution.
did you want to table the resolution, or is yes, and to not table it is no?
No, thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem. Michael Liber,
No.
Matthias Limburger,
Yes.
Menahem Margolin,
Yes.
Carmen Martinez, She's still on. Vivian Morgan,
No.
Pat Moses,
No.
Beverly Newsome,
Yes, table it, please.
Yankee Pearson,
Yes.
Riel Peerbooms,
No.
Amy Pinkerton,
No,
Unella Rome Perry,
I'm sorry, Chair, I'd like to table it, so that's a yes, I'm
Oh.
sorry.
Okay.
This is Amy.
Yes. Unella Rome Perry,
Yes.
Dexter Roberts,
No.
Desma Ross,
Yes.
Melissa Savia. Sorry.
Alejandro, sorry, this is Matthias. I got it wrong. I meant to say no. No,
Okay.
no to tabling.
Again, if anybody has any particular issues, a no vote is to keep the motion or the resolution alive and vote on the full resolution. A yes vote is to table it to next month. Melissa Sevier,
No.
Rashida Sadiq,
No.
Rabbi Sperlin,
Yes.
Debbie Timothy,
No.
Linda Watson Lord,
No.
Evelyn Williams,
Change my mind, yes.
Lorianne Wolseley,
No.
Chair, there are 15 yes votes and 21 no votes. The motion fails.
Okay, thank you very much.
How many abstentions?
There were no abstentions.
I thought I heard one.
I also heard one.
Who was the abstention? From,
I don't remember, but I thought I heard one.
There was one.
oh, I apologize. There was Miss Evering abstaining. Yeah, so there was one abstention. I apologize.
Who was the abstention?
Rosemary Evering.
Who was the abstention?
Rosemary Evering.
So point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
If I'd like to put a motion on the floor to change the language of the resolution, can you explain how I can do that?
You can move to amend the motion and state the language that you would like to change.
Okay, I'd like to move to amend the motion. And work on the language. I mean, I just noticed one factual mistake. It said that the closest grocery store is a mile away. That's not true. It's more like 4 blocks away. So just that we're speaking facts. Outside of that, I have no other changes.
Okay, let's see if we can dispense with this. Alejandro, do you find that amendment friendly?
I do not. I don't think, I said in the language, it says comparable grocery store, one in comparable size. There's delis nearby, but
It's
not
not,
one.
I'm sorry, Alessandra. Crown and Bedford, Crown and Franklin, there's an associated comparable size.
That's
4 or 5 blocks away.
3.5, that's 3.5 avenue blocks over and a few blocks up.
It's not a mile.
But it is too far
It's sorry,
for
for
me on
me.
crutches.
The language, it's not a mile. We say a mile. I'm just being factual. It could be
Half a mile.
Okay,
Then
order,
let's
order,
say half a
order,
mile.
order.
It's about facts.
Half a mile.
All right, so let's do this. So, so Mr. Library, so what is your amendment? Or do you wish to say?
I just wanted to correct that fact, and the rest of it I'm fine with. I know for a fact there's one a little closer than a mile, and if we're gonna state facts, then let's state facts. If not, then we can take it out altogether.
According to Google Maps, it is 0.7 miles walking. So it's 0.7. So
7/10.
7/10 of a mile. So if we're splitting hairs and we want to be completely 100% accurate, we can say, I'll take it as a friendly amendment to just change it to
Roughly a mile.
Nearly a mile. Would
fine.
nearly a mile? Okay.
Sure.
Then I would take that as a friendly amendment. Or almost a
I think
mile.
I think the correct word would be approximately. wouldn't it?
Approximate, right.
The proper word.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, all right, so that language has been changed to approximately 1 mile. All right, okay, we are back to the original motion with that said change in the language. All right, are there any comments on this?
Alejandra, in there, didn't you also say outside of it being a mile, there was something you said it would create hardship? You talked about another mode of transportation. What did you say in that?
So I can actually, here's the line that was under so I changed it to approximately. So I said, could be forced to walk up to a mile. So that wasn't even the initial, I just reread what I had. It said walk up to a mile, which is, if you're not walking to the one on Franklin, you're walking a mile because it's quite a distance to the Western Beef and then any other comparable grocery store.
It's 2 bus stops. From there to the Western Beef is 2 bus stops.
Exactly.
Okay.
And so
All right,
that was
I need to make sure we're maintaining order. Please make sure you recognize before you have a comment.
Okay.
So go ahead, Alejandro, finish your point.
Point of order was to clarify issues about transportation. The particular portion of the resolution discusses residents needing to take the subway or bus, as I put it in the chat, to access a comparable grocery store.
Okay. All right. Are there any other comments with regards to the motion?
Yes.
All right. Hold on. Let me take a list really quickly. So, Mr. Hecht, I see you. Is there anyone else who wishes to make a comment before we vote?
This is Amy. Yeah, I mean, first I'm asking,
Hold on.
can we
I'm taking the list.
Okay, all right.
I'll recognize you. So I see Mr. Hecht. I see Ms. Pinkerton. Is there anyone else? All right. Seeing none, we're going to close on Ms. Pinkerton. Go ahead, Mr. Hecht.
Yeah, I think Amy was making a similar point. Is it possible that we could see the writing, the actual language? Is there a way you could add it to the chat?
Yes, I've already put it in the full chat before. It takes 2 chat bubbles to fully put in there, but.
Okay, I'm seeing it now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Pinkerton.
It takes me a while to unmute. I was thinking there's a supermarket. I think it's Met Foods on was it Flatbush Avenue, just south of Lefferts maybe, or I don't know. I don't know where it is, but there's also that supermarket. I don't go there, but I remember it's there. I think, and there's one further down on Nostrand. So if we knew the supermarkets in the area, we should probably mention them, just so we don't sound like we're.
Okay, listen, order. I need to make sure. That was the last point we're going to recognize. I don't think we need to start splitting the hairs here. I think the spirit of the resolution is fairly clear at this point. So it's just a matter of we're going to vote on this. All right, and with that being said, Ms. Pinkerton, with the last question, the last comment, we're going to call the question. Alejandra, please call the roll.
Okay, the matter being voted on is final approval of the underlying resolution on the closure of the Associated Supermarket. A yes vote is to approve the resolution. A no vote is to not approve it. Nicholas Almanor.
Yes, approve.
Stuart Ballberg.
Abstain.
Fred Baptiste.
Abstain.
Virginia Bechtold.
Yes.
Rabbi Berman.
Jane.
Warren Burke. Warren Burke.
Abstain.
Augustine Blackwell. Oh, sorry, they're not there. Alejandra Caraballo, yes. Suki Chung.
Yes.
Michelle DeRosier Caldwell.
Yes.
Rosemary Evering.
Abstain.
Tessa Hackett Vieira. Tessa Hackett Vieira. If I miss you and you're come back, just please put it in the chat. Bishop Sylvetta Hamilton Gonzalez.
Hello?
What's your vote?
Hello?
Yes.
It's Bishop?
Yes, what's
Bishop
your
Gonzalez, we hear you.
Okay, abstain.
Shlomo Zalman Hecht.
Abstain.
Primo Lasada.
Yes.
Francisco Leopold.
I don't know what I'm voting on. Abstain.
Do you want me to clarify or are you just abstaining?
Yes, please clarify. There was so much talk going back and forth. It was not clear.
Yes, Mr. Leopold. So a yes vote is to approve the final resolution as in the chat, and a no is to disapprove of the final resolution.
What is the final resolution?
My God.
You rewording it, changing it from?
No, it's the one that's been read twice. We had one friendly amendment to update one of a small point, but the full resolution's been in the chat and has been read out twice, disapproving the closure of the Associated and calling for elected officials to change.
I don't know. Somebody have the something on, and it's showing up everything that you were saying.
Okay. So as I was saying, it's been read twice and it was put in the chat. The final resolution would disapprove of the closure of the Associated and put the board on a position of disapproving of the closure and calling on the local elected officials to do whatever they can to keep it open. Ms. Leopold, are you gonna put a vote in or no?
If I can offer this, Fran, it is in the chat if you can see it. So do you want us to come back to use it until, once you've had a chance to look at it?
Yes. Ms. Leopold, it's in the chat if you want to take a chance to read it. I'll come back while I finish the roll. Mina Lagute.
Yes.
Nolan Levinson.
Yes.
Melanie Lewis.
Yes.
Michael Liburd.
Yes.
Matthias Limburger.
Yes, yes.
Menachem Margolin,
Abstain.
Carmen Martinez. Carmen Martinez. Vivia Morgan. Vivia Morgan. Pat Moses.
Yes.
Beverly Newsome.
No.
Yankee Pearson.
Abstain.
Riel Purebooms.
Yes.
Amy Pinkerton.
Abstain.
Unella Rome Perry.
No.
Dexter Roberts.
Yes.
Desmo Ross.
Yes.
Melissa Severe.
Yes.
Rashida Sadiq.
Yes.
Alejandro, did you call me? Because I had my phone cut off for a minute.
Yes, I did. What is your vote?
Yes.
Rabbi Sperlin.
Abstain.
You, Debbie Timothy. Debbie Timothy.
Abstain.
Linda Watson Lord.
Yes.
Evelyn Williams. Evelyn Williams.
Okay, Fran is back, yes.
I'm sorry, Francisco, what'd you say?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Alejandra Tessa votes yes.
Okay. And Lorianne Wolseley.
Yes.
And then the only person that has been here who didn't vote yet is Evelyn Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay. It's 23 yes votes. Oh, I'm counting. I believe there was 2 no votes, and I'm going to count up the abstentions. Abstentions. 23 yes, 2 no, 12 abstention. The motion carries.
Send the damn resolution out.
Okay. The resolution carries. It's been approved by the board. All right, we are going to now move on to item C. Well, let's do this first because this is an easy one. So let's go to item E. This is the vote for the removal of members. As I stated in my my chairman's report, I've had conversations with the members that were actually scheduled for today. So I think it's appropriate for us to actually table the motion for all the motions for those removals. I'll entertain a motion for that.
We're at more risk for COVID infection because we have people.
Do we have a motion to table the removals?
Yes.
Moved.
So moved.
So second.
So moved. I'm sorry. Who was moved by?
Riel.
Moved by Riel Pierbooms. And the second was
Linda?
Linda Watson Lord. Thank you very much. All right. Unless there's any discussion with regards to this. For Ms. Pinkerton, so for your benefit, there was a recommendation for a number of members to be removed from the board. We've had conversations with those members. So I think and they're all here this evening. They've had various issues and they've been reconciled. So we're going to move to table those recommendations. And that's where we are. Okay. So unless there are any questions, let's do this one with a voice vote.
Move for unanimous consent.
Yeah, by unanimous consent. Is there anyone who opposes, who's in opposition of unanimous consent? Seeing none. By unanimous consent, all those resolutions are, all those motions to remove are tabled. Thank you very much. Item E is disclosed. We're now going to go on to, let's do this. No, let's just continue in the order. Item number C, resolution for City Council Bill number 2186. Madam Chair, what was the recommendation made by the Euler Committee with regards to 2186? So Pat, are you still there?
Yeah, half of my brain is, okay, the motion, let me see. Okay, the motion was passed by the community, the motion was passed by the committee for the full board to review bill number 2186, City Council Comprehensive Plan, and vote on the course of action.
And vote on course of action.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Madam Secretary, do you have that for the record? All right. So I want to send a motion to adopt the resolution of the committee, or the recommendation of the committee. Do I have a motion to adopt the recommendation of the committee?
Fred, am I understanding? But she just said to review the course of action.
That's what the motion that the committee passed. And to vote on a course of action.
To vote on a course of action. All right.
Correct. So I'm calling for a third time. Is there a motion to adopt this, to adopt the recommendation of the committee?
Fred, it's Amy. I'm not clear on what that means. I mean, I think that this is important to our community and our board, but I'm not certain what that motion means. Maybe Pat can clarify.
Ms. Moses, do you have anything that you can add to that, or?
No, it was presented to our board. Okay, one, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but there was some concern that that 2186 was going to be passed, and that the community need to have some time to put the input in before April, I believe. Somebody needs to correct me because I didn't really. But I could just say this about the motion. In terms of the board, you really would have to really read it and understand both sides in terms of your vote.
Patricia.
Yes.
You said that you heard the majority of the arguments. Could you, because I wasn't present.
No, I understand, but in the interest, it's like, we're discussing something that's not even a motion. There's not a motion before the board at this point that's been moved. If we move and second it, then we can get whatever clarification we'll have discussion.
But you're noticing that all of us are apprehensive about placing the vote. Even Amy has stated it out loud. So we need an
And that's the
elaboration.
point. No, but that's the point. If nobody's comfortable with the motion, that's why it's moved and seconded.
Right, I wanted to, well, if y'all need some clarity, is that what you're asking?
Yes, could you please, Patricia?
Alicia needs to put some clarity there.
Well, listen. If the board members were in business session right now, if a board member feels that this is something that should be considered, they move to adopt, they make the motion. The board will consider this if at least 2 members say it's something that's that we should consider as a board right now. If with the lack of a motion, with the lack of a motion in a second, it dies.
So Patricia, you're saying we should consider a plan of action. Okay, so Fred.
What I'm saying is that I think we should review the bill, and I think that we should we should vote on course of action. I didn't say it had to be tonight, but I'm just saying I do believe that we need to take a stance one way or the other.
Okay, that's what I was asking for. Thanks, Patricia. Okay, I agree.
I vote with Patricia to adopt the motion.
I second.
Hold on. No, let's state that. So you move to, to adopt the recommendation of the committee. Is that what you're moving? To review the bill 2186 and to vote on a course of action. Is that what you're voting on?
Yes.
Okay.
Beverly.
Yes, that's
Beverly,
what we're voting on. Vivian.
Moved by Beverly. I'm sorry, it was moved by Vivia. Beverly, you're seconding?
Yes.
Okay.
Are we tabling the motion? I'm confused.
No, not yet.
Not yet. The motion is on the table right now, so it's been moved and seconded. Now we are having discussion. So I will open up a speakers list. So who would like to comment on the motion?
What motion is on the table?
The motion is to adopt the recommendation of the ULURP committee to review Bill 2186 and vote on a course of action.
Oh, so it's a motion to do nothing, basically, to review it. Why do we have to wait? It's 10 o'clock.
Well, hold on. Let's
10 at night.
Let's
go review it. What do you need to make a motion for? You have to waste our time. Go review it.
Okay.
Come back once reviewed for a vote. No, Fred, it's not fair. It's 10 at night.
I understand.
The frivolous
motion is on
motion.
the floor. We are handling our business. We are going to do this. The motion has been moved and seconded, so it's being considered by the board. All right. Is there a speakers? Is anyone who wishes to speak on this?
Patricia, speak on this, please.
I'm just saying that. Listen, it's very, and the reason that we want everybody to review 2186 is because if you don't review it, action is going to be taken, and it has a impact on our community board.
What's the deadline?
We need to understand what the community, what the community board wants at this point. Because we need to have a voice in how we plan and how things are done in our community. And I think it's extremely important. And when I listen today, I mean, there's oppositions from both sides. But unless you read it, things are going to happen, and we're not going to have any voice or anything or any say so about what's happening in our own community. So we need to really look at it and bring it to a vote. That we need to do that before April.
Okay.
Can we not just have this as an agenda item for next month? And then everybody, so do we need a motion to have it on the agenda?
So I will entertain a motion from a member of the board to move the table.
A motion to move to table, please.
Second.
Move to table by Beverly Newsom. Second by
Yanela.
Rome Perry. Thank you. All right. Do we have unanimous consent? Are there any objections?
No. Just so I'm clear, I'm sorry, Patricia, just so I'm clear, this is the bill that was proposed by Corey Johnson, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Fred, just a point of clarity, motion to table, means, are we putting it on the agenda next month? Are we continuing discussion but ending it for this evening?
we're going to end it for this evening. It'll come back next month.
It must be on the agenda next month. It's very important.
Well, if we're tabling it, yes, absolutely. That's the point.
In the meantime, we do our homework.
Thank you.
Other community boards have already voted it down.
Do your homework.
That's lobbying.
Okay, so with that being said, I saw no objection, so by unanimous consent, this item is tabled until next month. We'll place it back on the agenda. All right, we are now going to move on to liquor licenses, item D, state liquor authority applications. All right, Rabbi Berman, if you could, for the applications, how many of them were new applications? How many of them were renewals?
One new one, Mendy's.
One new one was Mendy's, and
what
all the
are-
rest were
Yeah, what are they
renewals?
doing business under? Remind me, they have a business name, an additional name? Or I could look it up. Mendy's.
Mr. Chair, there's also another one. the
Yaakov,
Gold
it's
Room.
Emerson LLC for Mendy's.
Oh, there was an Emerson LLC. There was a second a new one?
Yes, there's a renewal for the Gold Room.
No, there were 3 renewals and 1 new application.
That's correct.
But the chair asked what was the new application. So the new application was Mendy's, Emerson, and it's a wine, beer, and cider license. And the committee voted to recommend approval.
All right, did the committee approve all of these applications?
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay, and I put this before the board. Is it the pleasure of the board? Can we divide these into 2 separate resolutions, one for the renewals, one for the new license?
Yes.
No objection.
Okay, so let's vote on that very quickly. All right, so we're going to have 3 votes. One is to actually create 2 resolutions, and then we're going to vote on each one. There's going to be 3 of them. We're going to do this very quickly. Understood? Okay.
Can we do this by unanimous consent?
Okay, so so Shlomo, did you make the motion to divide into 2 resolutions?
Yeah, but the suggestion was to now do it, if you have no objections, to do it all in one.
Have objections.
I told you that one. All right, so listen, so,
Make the motion.
okay, so listen, so motion on the floor by Shlomo Heck to divide, to create 2 resolutions. Is there a second?
Yes, please.
Who's the second?
I'll second.
Who is this? Second by
Beverly.
Beverly Newsom. Okay. All right. Are there any objections to creating 2 resolutions?
Move for unanimous consent.
Okay, move for unanimous consent. Any objections? Seeing none, we are going to consider them. I'm sorry?
No, I said
Who's the
no
objection?
objections.
Okay, seeing no objections, we're now going to consider the 2 resolutions. So number 1, we're going to vote on the new liquor license. Are there any questions? Seeing
Did both
none.
of the bars appear in front of us, in front of the committee? I'm sorry.
All 4
All 4.
applicants attended both the committee meeting and were also present at the beginning of this meeting.
Okay, thank you.
And we checked with the police department and the fire department, there were no complaints and no known community opposition. And all these establishments appear to be beloved by our community. And as we're during a pandemic now, the committee is doing everything they can to encourage small businesses to survive and stay. And despite all the challenges of the
No
pandemic.
editorializing, please. Thank you.
We're talking about a supermarket and we're making whatever.
Oh, okay, look, let's continue. Let's continue, Mr. Chair. So, all right. So, listen. So, are there any other questions? Seeing none, we're going to call the question and vote on the first resolution. Are there any objections? Do we have unanimous consent?
Move for unanimous consent.
Yes.
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 Okay, we have a call for unanimous consent. Are there any
Yes.
objections?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
The resolution passes. Madam Secretary, please put all in favor. Now we're going to move on to the second resolution. This is for I'm sorry, what
This
I said
is
the
for the
first one.
Gold Room, 114 Nostrand Cafe and KHF Food.
Okay, so those are the 3, those are the renewals, correct?
Correct.
Okay, those are the 3 renewals. Are there any questions?
Any history, Yakov?
We discussed it at the beginning of the meeting, and the committee voted to support. Gold Room had some history, but they said they're committed to being compliant with.
Oh, that's right. I remember that. Sorry about that. Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
And just for clarity, Gold Room, Tessa and I, we live right next to them, and there's no problem. They're helpful in the community. They find they're good people to work with.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Leopold. All right. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we're going to call the question. Is there a call for unanimous consent?
Yes.
Okay, I see a call for unanimous consent by Ms. Carballo. Is there any objection?
None.
Okay, seeing none, the resolution stands as approved. Please mark all members as in favor. Now, done with the liquor license applications. We are now in old business. Very quickly, okay, so let's discuss this. Elephant in the room for this evening. I've already provided some information with regards to this. This is absolutely something I always prefer not to do in a public setting. However, because this is threatening to become a distraction for the board, I want to dispel any myths with regards to the actions that took place. So on January 27th, I had a conversation with Ms. Vivian Morgan with regards to subcommittees for park alienation that was proposed and the agenda that was supposed to be coming up. This is, thank you, Ms. Boyd, I got this. So this is with regards to questions that I had. I had a conversation with Ms. Morgan, and per that conversation, there were still a number of issues that I still did not feel comfortable with in terms of the direction of the committee, and even just some observations with regards to the way the committee was being run. So with that, under the authority that is granted to me through the bylaws, I requested Ms. Morgan's resignation, at which point she refused to resign, at which point she was removed. Her removal was absolutely per the bylaws. The bylaws are very specific in which committee chairs serve at the pleasure of the chairperson of the board. So there is no due process. There's really not a conversation that happened with regards to that. With regards to how public or how much I wanted to talk about it, generally, I do not speak about those. I mean, I always believe very firmly in it. If it's a matter of praising chairs, if it's a matter of praising committees, open and honest, and I'll do that, and I will go to bat, and I will really let everybody know what kind of great work we're doing in the committee board. When it comes to harder conversations, I have harder conversations, but otherwise, I don't necessarily go and talk to everyone and put it out there with regards to that. And that's out of respect for all the members who put in time. So this is a matter of a decision made at the discretion of the chair, using authority that is invested by the chair. With regards to any discrimination or harassment, it's categorically false. Yeah, and I leave it at that. And if there are any questions, I'll entertain questions.
Yes, Fred, I have questions.
Yes.
Okay. One, at this point, in order for both parties to be heard objectively, I'm asking that the second vice chair proceed over this part of the meeting. Secondly, I understand what you're saying, how you feel things played out was just, but the chair of the committee the chair of the Parks Committee is filing a complaint. And in previous conversations, when the entire board has had issues with actions of a chair, you said that you supported your chairs and you were comfortable with the decisions that they made. So now we're looking at a chair who you feel who she's been in parks for a while, not just parks on the board. She's been running a park in her community. So she has a resume that states to her effectiveness. So excuse me if I feel the entire board needs to hear both sides without you being chair. I'm asking the second vice chair to step up because also the first vice chair is involved in this as well. So in order for both sides to be heard objectively.
I support that motion.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. Point of order.
Yes.
Why do we have
Yes.
bylaws? If we're not going to
And
follow the
that-
bylaws, why are we having this meeting?
Right, and let's be very clear. There is no motion on the floor that involves me. This is the report to the committee. Okay, listen. If we're even going to have this conversation, we need to make sure that everyone is respectful. We need to watch mics, make sure that we can all be heard, so that way the information comes out. Now, with regards to this, there is no motion on the floor, and the actions, I mean, listen, are quite simply not reviewable. If there is an actual formal complaint that's been filed, then we'll proceed from that standpoint. Otherwise, it's an allegation that's been made, an appeal made to the board, but there is no vote. With regards to her being replaced, that's not a reviewable. That is specifically within my authority as chair.
This is Yanela. For
Yes.
transparency and to ensure that we're open and we're hearing everyone's side, I think that as Beverly suggested, that it is only fair that we go into executive session and have a frank discussion and come to some resolution. It seems from an outsider looking in that steps were taken, and it may have been that she was sanctioned without having due process.
Okay, but again, let's be very clear. And absolutely, Ms. Morgan can have the opportunity to have the floor and state her case. There is no being sanctioned without due process because she is not entitled to that position. That position, very strictly speaking, as per the bylaws, is she serves at the pleasure of the chair. And this means in any setting that you ever look at, when the chair asks for your resignation, you either tender your resignation or the chair can remove.
We understand that part. We do.
Okay.
That we understand where your point of view. However, as stated, she's been chair of Parks and Recreation for a long, long time. She's been there with several chairs prior to you being chair. So it stands to reason that I understand you weren't pleased with how the committee was, with whatever direction it was going in. But I think that maybe there would have been a timeline and a discussion before all of this happened. And it seems like she has made very strong allegations. And in this era of the Me Too movement, I think that we should have everything out on the table and be transparent so that there is no cloud hanging over CB9 that we did not as we should.
Let you finish your point. And to your point, if there is an actual allegation, this whole story turns very different if she's going to file a formal complaint. If a formal complaint is filed, this is going to change the entire process. Until such point that is an allegation that is made that I am addressing. And I've also provided certain documentation, or I am willing to, I have certain documentation which really identifies the conversation which even led up to the actual removal.
Right, but there are also allegations made that the video for the meetings or meeting minutes were disappeared, has been taken from the cloud or disappeared from the cloud, so there's no record of that. Things like that seems a little, disconcerting, if that's the story.
And while it's an allegation and not, I really hate the idea of Mia, can I ask this question? Are there any videos that are currently missing or we do not have access to anymore with regards to meeting?
All of the meetings are eventually removed from the cloud and downloaded into a virtual folder that's on the server in the office. So the meetings exist, but they're just not on our ongoing cloud to make space for upcoming meetings.
Okay, but
So
otherwise they
access
are
is
available.
available.
Okay, but are we missing any videos?
No,
Okay, all right, thank you for that clarification.
sure.
So if there's any videos that the members of the board need access to, absolutely, that's a matter of you can request that from the district office and they'll process that for you as quickly as they can.
Correct.
So I like to hear the direction that you wanted to see parks go. That's number one. Number two, sometimes I realize that you have the right as the chair, but sometimes the appearance of impropriety is in itself an impropriety. And after you speak, I would like to hear her vision of
Vivia.
where she thought, where she wanted parks to go. I wanted this to happen in executive session since it's occurring out in public. I also would like for it to be resolved. So since this is where it's happening, then this is where it's happening.
And I'll address that in terms of one of the reasons why we're doing it this way is because we can't go into executive session. There are certain grounds by which the board can go into executive session. To settle the dispute between two board members is not one of them. So it's illegal, it's a violation of the open meeting.
Okay, so explain your vision for Parks and Recs, please.
My vision for Parks and Recs?
Right, because you said she was going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, well, first of all,
Point of order, Mr. Chair, point of order. What are we doing right now? The bylaws are the bylaws. Why are you entertaining this?
And I need to
because the complaint.
And Michael, let me just answer this question. Because this is becoming an unnecessary distraction for the board. And this is the reason why
a couple of people.
Important. And I understand that, but you know what? Apparently there are more than a few people who have questions, and this is the reason why as the chair, and I've always said this, I think that you are entitled to answers. So those answers I will give. I felt I was very clear in terms of my previous correspondence, but listen, if we need to have this conversation, we can have this. But my intent is after this conversation is done, it's done. The upshot is this, with regards to Ms. Morgan being removed, that is a done deal. That is a done deal. That's not reviewable. That's not a question. That's not a motion by the board. That is fully within my purview as the board has written in the bylaws. Now, if because there's people who wish to have clarification on this, I have no issues with doing that, but we need to be able to put this to bed tonight.
Okay, your vision for Parks and Recs, please.
Well, absolutely. First of all, I think that one, for all the committees, we need to make sure that there are conversations that happen with regards to resources, where we need to start putting dollars and numbers to things. So that's one thing. Two, as well, I think that that's based from observations over the last couple of meetings. I didn't get actually, let's go back a little bit. And I think this is something that I described. I think there was one meeting from last year where the chair had requested to be excused to handle personal matters. Fine. The next few meetings after that, the chair had really kind of delegated away her responsibility, where it's like, okay, well, what's the agenda? Well, I didn't set the agenda. Okay, well, what's going on? Well, I didn't do this. Or even in the executive meetings where it's like we asked what's going on with the board, and she deferred the chairperson's report. That's an issue in terms of if you're the chair of the committee, I need you to be the chair of the committee, you take control of that committee. Additionally, because of everything we have going on with the 960 project development, we need to make sure that Parks, especially because it's going to be one of the lead committees, has strong leadership in there and is really focused in taking on the issues because we have a very tight time frame. Going back to the idea of the subcommittee, when I inquired about the subcommittee originally was an idea of it's going to address Parks alienation. This is what was discussed in the December meeting. This is what was discussed in January. When I get the agenda, first of all, let's even discuss when we went to the executive board meeting in January. We were told that, okay, there's going to be a meeting on the Thursday. And we said, well, listen, we can't do that because that's not in time. We're going to be in violation of the open meeting. We get a notice from the former chair that, okay, we're having a meeting on Thursday and we're doing it on outside Zoom. When the assistant district manager responded and said, well, there's two things wrong with that. One, the time frame, we're going to be in violation. And two, we can't use an outside Zoom. At which point I sent several emails requesting clarity in terms of what's going on with this, how is this being done? And I think there were a couple of other items that even came up, which I was kind of surprised because when I sat in and I was present at the January meeting, there were some ideas and initiatives that came up that were being presented as that's what we're doing. And there was genuine pushback from the committee members themselves, like, we're not doing that. Which leads me to question, okay, well, listen, what kind of conversations are happening? I need to make sure that my chairs are chairing the committees and making sure that these are actions that are being taken after consideration and votes. And I did not have that confidence. And we are at the stage where we only have a few months left, where it's either I can say I can ride this out and see what happens, or I take a decisive action and we get this done now, especially given the timeframes we have. Some things as the chair, I just have to take that, and it's going to be the judgment call in terms of I made the judgment call. But with regards to harassment, or with regards to I'm taking sides, or I'm preferring another board member, it's absolutely ridiculous.
So the new chair of Parks
is what? I'm sorry.
So with the removal of Vivia, the new chair of Parks is Warren?
No.
Who's the new chair?
I haven't even decided yet. But
Okay.
Warren, this is what I'm trying to say. Warren's not even a part of this equation.
Okay, thank you for explaining. Now may Vivia explain?
But wait, Bev, can I just
Yes.
ask
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, I understand that she was in mourning. Her mom passed away.
Mm-hmm. No, listen, and with regards to November, she made the request. And I think that, and I hope that your interactions with everybody on this board is, I'm not going to ask you to bring me a doctor's note or prove what your issues are. If you have a conversation, if you just say, listen, I'm having something, I can't do it. She made the request and it said, no problem. Okay, no problem. But she made the request for November. And we made the accommodation for November. She was at the meeting in December, but did not submit the agenda. And even in the meeting, she's acting more as a bystander as opposed to the chair of the committee. So this is something I see afterwards, and it's the same behavior I see at the executive committee meeting and at the next board meeting, at the next committee meeting.
Right, but I can, and I'm just saying, I can understand that if someone's mother passed away, that, it takes a little while process. And,
and that's fair.
For that.
No, and that's fair. And let's be very clear. I think the message I try to convey to the board is life happens. I understand that. And guess what? Your family and everything else comes before this board. Even if it's a matter of she needed the extension in terms of, listen, I need more time or whatever else to make the accommodation. But the accommodation was made for the 1 month and she was present at the meetings. So what happened was she didn't submit the agendas and she didn't chair the meeting. And when even asked about it as a chair, because I still respected the fact that she's the chair, and when I asked her at the executive committee meetings, she deferred to Warren Brooks. So there's not a skipping, or this is not a matter of she's been dismissed, or it's a matter of I'm skipping over her. This is what she's done, and these are behaviors that, in my view, are questionable. And again, I'm trying to do what is in the best interest of this committee and of this board.
Right, I understand, but the fact that she was grieving didn't come into play.
I'm sorry, that she was what?
Grieving, mourning her mom, that didn't come into play.
She asked for, let me be clear, she didn't tell me she was mourning her mom. She asked for time off, and I just said, fine. Oh, no, let me not say that. We might have had a conversation, and we might have. She did say she needed time off in November, and I won't say that I didn't talk to her, and I might have even known about some of what was going on. I know she had family issues, but she was definitely granted there was no issue in terms of absolutely take the time off from your November committee meeting, and she was excused from the executive meetings that month as well. So there was
Mr.
never an issue with that.
Chairman, something.
And I specifically asked, I'm sorry, 1 second, let me just finish the point. And I specifically asked, and there's a notice that I sent to the board in terms of, listen, Warren is going to chair the committee meeting for the month of November. And I specifically said for the month of November. Understanding that, okay, she's going to be back. And we're not going to bother her if she's taking care of things, she's taking care of family matters. I'm sorry, Francisco, you had a question.
Yes, I just want to say that the request was made for this to be trashed out or discussed in the executive meeting, and you said you don't really want to do that. Yeah. And I think right now where this conversation is going, it should be cut off right now. It's going on a little bit too far. So this is a discussion that should be discussed in an executive session. If it cannot be discussed in the executive session, then it cannot be discussed here. And I think that we should, I'm not telling you what to do, but I think it should be cut off now, because there are people from outside of the board You know, presently we have executive members and we have board members and community members. And I don't think this conversation and all this should be continued right now.
And
That's what I need to say.
And while I agree with you, but you know what? And while I agree with it, this has been dragged out. And unfortunately, this has been something that's become very, very out there in public, which is the only reason why I'm choosing to do that, because you know what? It's become a distraction, which is the reason why I'm trying to be as open and candid as possible in terms of giving you the information. Now, you know, like I said, I have documentation. This is not stuff I'm making up.
Because Mr. Chair, a lot of this stuff that have been discussed now, everything is not being put out there. You understand? And I think that if it was an executive session with the board members and then everything come out to play, it would have been at a better forum. And I understand what you are saying, but I think that if we cannot put it, we can be in executive session, whatever that you said, and then the stand that you made, that was it, and we should just cut it right now.
And you know what, and I would have loved that since the executive committee meeting. But you know what, again, this has been dragged out, and I've had a number of members calling it out publicly in terms of what's going on. So
yeah,
really,
because you know what, there is my story, your story, and the truth. And then we could never get to the end because there is so much speculation going on out there. And whatever that you say tonight, for some people, it will make a difference. They still go with whatever is in their mind, and just, you understand what I'm saying? So,
but my commitment to this board has always been, you know, you deserve the answers. I tried to put out that, listen, these conversations should not be had because, you know, listen, it involves personal stuff. I'd rather not do, because as a matter of principle and policy, I don't believe in doing business that way, and I really try and avoid doing that for this board. But because this has been made so public and open, this is the reason why we are here. And again, I am doing this only because, you know what, I would rather that you work, you know, rather than people have the sidebar conversations or believe that something happened or whatever else happened, I will tell you right here, you'll get it from the horse's mouth. And just to be very
Mr.
clear,
Chair,
the reason I just want to be very clear. Yeah, and I just want to be very clear about this. And the reason why this is not in an executive session is because, again, to the point of the open meetings law, there is no executive session for this kind of conversation. It's not a grounds. There are only certain grounds that we can do this.
Anyway, I just want to say, we all at the board, we're on a high. We've been without a DM. We have a DM, and we should all be happy. And then we should all be at a place where we are looking for better things and moving higher to a different level. And I don't think that we should allow, you know, things trivial. I won't say the situation is not trivial, but I don't think we need to move on. I mean, it's just so much distraction, one after the other and one after the other. You just cannot get over one hurdle and then another one. And it's just that some people just want to see the board move on, and some people is just so happy to see that we just, every time we take one step forward, we take 5 steps backwards, and we need to move.
Thank you,
We need to
Frank,
move
but
on.
I would like to also speak. Thank you.
Francisco, listen.
Mr. Chair, my hand's been up for a minute. Can I ask you a question?
I haven't seen your hand, but absolutely go ahead.
Any more voting items tonight?
We are done with the voting items for this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, but can I
Thank
say
you very much,
something?
Mr.
This is Vivian Morgan. Can I say something?
Yes, please.
Okay, I heard what you said, Fred, and you know, a few things you did not say was that I called you and I spoke with you in regards to the fact that I was having not just personal, I'm gonna let everyone know. I had at the time that I spoke to you, I told you 5 family member passed away. And right now I could sit in on the meeting, but I do not feel that I'm going to be able to cheer. Now, when that was in November. So after that, the Warren sent out the agenda for the next meeting because he already had a organization presenting. So there was nothing I could do. So if he had a presenter, then I only said in the meeting, and you could look at the meeting when he asked me to do the minutes, I said, Warren, you do the minutes. You're the one that invited the guests. So I don't understand now that you're saying I didn't do it. It was already orchestrated. You understand? You and Warren already set the agenda. You and Warren already know what direction you want the parks to go in. So there was not, my hands was already tied. So there was nothing I could do. But you are saying that I did not tell you. We didn't have a conversation. We did have a conversation, Fred.
Vivia.
We did.
Vivia.
Yes.
What vision did you have or do you have for Parks and Recreation?
My vision was I sent out a proposal to Fred and Warren, and they came up, oh, Vivia, this is so beautiful. We should let everyone in the community board
So
use
can you
this. Wait,
can you summarize that for us?
Let me.
Beverly,
I'm
you
going
need to
to
let them
just give
talk.
me a minute. Give me a minute.
Beverly, let her talk.
So he said, both Warren and Fred said, oh, that's so nice. We love it. We should use it in all of the committees. Basically, what I was saying is we should ask people in each park area. We have 7 to 8 parks. We should send out an email to the surrounding community and ask everyone if they would like to adopt a park by bringing in different activities and services in the park. Everyone uses the park, and this is a way of getting people involved in the community, doing outreach in the community. That's my vision. So I don't know what direction Fred thinks I'm trying to take the park in, but the only thing that I suggested to him was we should also engage the surrounding community within each park and ask everyone, listen, would you like to adopt the park and bring in your ideas or whatever events that you would like to bring into the park? And maybe we could get the community more involved in the community board. That was my vision.
And let me state this. First of all, to go back to your point, your original conversation, and like I said, I think I even said no, but then again, I said, let me not say that because you might have mentioned the fact that family members, and I respect that. Period. And that's the reason why right after we had our conversation, I sent a note right off to the board, to the district office, saying, listen, she's going to be excused for the next couple of meetings. She's not going to chair, and I asked Warren to chair those meetings. So it's not a matter of I ever tried to stop you or interfere with you taking care of family matters. I don't believe that. No. Family first. Now, in regards to your proposals, one of the challenges that comes here is this. You come to us, or you come to me, or you might even talk to Warren, and okay, well, listen, you're telling us your plan for parks. I'm like, I have no problem with that. Sounds good. And I think the exact wording was, listen, as long as there's a vote for it in the Parks Committee and it comes through the exec, let's run with it. That's fine. The challenge becomes, and it comes to speaking directly, and members can look at the January committee meeting. There is almost a direct rebellion in terms of you're offering this initiative to adopt a park and have people go and people be responsible and try and do everything you're saying. Your own committee was like, we're not doing it, which raises a serious flag in terms of, okay, well, listen, this is something that's not even been discussed or agreed on in terms of a plan. And then even with regards to that, there are other things that I would want to make sure are fleshed out. Great ideas are fantastic, but I think part of what the charter for the committees are is to make sure you can make them actionable. So what is the dream? What are you guys trying to do? And then let's see, then I need you guys to chew on it a little bit more to see what the definite concrete action plans are that Community Board 9 can do to make those happen. That's the stage it never got to. Not necessarily that was an issue, but like I said, going back to the committee perspective, the committee wasn't even with it. I think that they were looking at, okay, well, listen, first of all, they didn't want to do the bandwidth in terms of doing that, and it makes sense because you have certain committee members who have other wheelhouses that are they're more suited to. You have committee members who are deeply involved. You have committee members who are more deeply involved.
Lock the door.
You have committee members who are more involved with recreation, those other aspects of the PRC. And that's something that I think needs to be heard. As a leader, sometimes it's not a matter of, it's your plan, but it has to be the plan that the group agrees on, that they voted on, and they're going to proceed. I had a serious issue in terms of they brought it up a couple of times, and you kept trying to say,
What?
well, listen, we can do cultural affairs in a park. That's not what they were asking for.
Okay, thank you. Does
know,
anybody
Miss-
else have any
Yes.
questions?
I
Yes.
would like to say something.
Yes, Miss
You know,
Evelyn.
listening to everyone, and since the executive meeting, I cannot understand why, after someone has been doing a very good job,
Yeah.
and of all the trauma that she's going through, I know that trauma. I'm going through cancer, COVID, everything here. I'm still trying, but I wouldn't take a committee. Vivian has been a warrior for the parks in the community around here. And now that whatever happened, it doesn't matter how bad we see that, everyone deserves a second chance. And this is something that she loved to do. She enjoyed working with the parks. As someone said, she's like the parks lady. And there's nothing that we cannot do if we cannot compromise, that we shouldn't be involved if we can't compromise. Compromising is always something that we can do to make life better for everyone and for the community. And I asked you before, Mr. Chair, and I'm asking you again tonight, because it's not like she committed a crime. She had problems, and a lot of us can attest to that. I know how she was when her mom was sick. You could not even tell her or ask her for her mom. She would break down. And my mom had been gone since 1986, and I still break down when I have problems. And that's not the only thing, but she still did her work. And I do my work, and other people do their work. What we're saying is, there's nothing that happens so bad, because right now there's no one chairing the Parks Committee. So it's suffering right now because there's no chair. So why can't you compromise? What we're asking you, because we're not all there to be perfect. We're not all perfect. But compromising is always a way to make life better. So what is it that is so bad, so wrong, that you cannot look back at the times, the good things that she have done, and make some provision for her to continue what she's doing? And probably this time she'll even do a much better job for the community. This is not for us. This is not personal. This is for the community. And she loved the community. I'm asking you again. I asked you during the executive meeting, and I'm asking you again tonight. I don't say a lot because my breathing is not good, but I'm asking you, in the eyes of the public and what this board have been through already, and it doesn't matter what we said here tonight, John, public out there is going to put things their own way. It's going to look bad for you again. It's going to look bad for the community, because it's like Board 9 make 2 steps forward and 10 steps backward. We have to try to compromise and live and work together. So we should come to something where Vivian can get her position back, and that's what we should really expect, to sit down with you. Because if you, as the chair, was to make a bad step on the board, you would want us to see the right and the wrong, and to see where we can compromise, to say, well, yes, chair has been doing a good job. This is not so good, but we can compromise and we can move forward. This is what we're all talking about. We might say it in different language, but that's what all of us are speaking about. So you can't be that hard-headed that you cannot. And I'm calling you hard-headed because with me, I say it like I feel it. And I've spoken to you about this. And I
Ms.
spoke
Williams,
to you.
if I
and
come out,
I did not hear everything, but now I'm listening to everything. And Vivian is now saying that she spoke to you, she called you, and everybody don't speak the
for the
language
month
the way
of
everybody speaks the
November,
language. So
for
if
the
she
month
said she was
of November.
not going to do any better, did she say, I'm not going to do better, I'm not going to do? If she didn't say that, then give her a chance. Give the board a chance. Give the community a chance. And the people who love her in the parks, give them a chance. And that's all I have to say.
Ms. Williams, listen, and you need to understand this as well. Before we even got to the point of the phone conversation, if you even look at emails prior to that, it was pulling teeth to even get her to get to the conversation. in terms of I wrote down exactly what my questions were, and I got stonewalled. I follow up to try and get a conversation, and I get an email saying, "Well, send me an email."
One voice. The board don't suit you or please you that you're going to get them off just the same. Is that's what it
Ms.
looks like
Williams,
here?
Ms. Williams, you've seen me on this board way too long to even.
I
That's kind of
respect
painful
you,
that you
but
would do that.
this is not always
So
looking forward.
guys, I invite Miss Evelyn, with all due respect. I can only speak for myself in this, and I'm assuming since majority of the board is still online, they wanted to hear both sides as well. So, Vivia, thank you for explaining that to us, but there is a part that I can see which would cause concern. Would it cause concern for the removal of the chair? No. Would it cause a conversation wait, Miss Evelyn, Vivia, to have conversation about your board, your committee not being on board with your vision? So I can see concern for that, but at the same time, Fred, as chair, I'm having issue that when a committee chair, even though you're saying a decision has been made, there is no redirection. I get that. I hear you when I say that. But at the same time, you supposedly appointed chairs to committees that had experience, that had dedication, that had commitment. And Vivia has been over Friends of Wingate since I've known her. And that's been 7-8 years. So that level of partnership that comes with that level of partnership that comes with that helps her make work for the board a whole lot easier in that area. So even though you're not changing your mind, you've already said that, I can see where each one of you, there was a misunderstanding. And I appreciate both of you taking out your time and respecting me enough and my peers enough to explain it. Thank you.
I'm still hoping that the chair will change his
Me
mind.
too. I agree. Because I think there was a misunderstanding. I really do.
Let me say something right quick, and I'm not taking sides one way or the other. But I did hear that when she was asked to not do Zoom outside of the community board office, and correct me if I'm wrong, Vivian, she did it anyway. So there's certain things that if you're going to work on, you got to work with what our board says. And I don't know exactly what went wrong, but I can tell you that it had to be addressed because Vivian put a very damaging email out there. And if it's not addressed, it looks like all kind of stuff is going on our board. And again, Vivian, I don't want you to think I'm taking a side. I'm just telling you when we're talking about facts here. And then I also read, Fred didn't say anything for a long while, and then all of a sudden I did see your emails that came out, and I saw what was going back and forth. But I don't know how this is going to be settled. All I'm saying is that whoever is the chair, you just got to have respect for one another, and you have to follow the rules of the community board, not your own.
Right. I understand, and Pat's right, Fred.
It's a partnership.
It sheds not only a bad light, it shed a bad light on the whole community.
Both sides.
Also put you in a bad light.
Yeah, both sides.
And with what's been going on, and now there's sympathy for Vivia because based on her situation. So all around, it's not good. So we need to find a common ground where we can come together. Part of us being on the board and being productive and moving forward and setting an example for the
lift each other up
is how we operate as a group. And right now, there are a lot of loose ends, and there are a lot of issues that calls for clarity, and it leaves just a bad light overall. That, and I understand you appoint the chair, and it's the pleasure of the chair. Yes, we understand that part.
Right.
But
we all do.
Part of being the chair is also being compassionate and giving second chances. Part of being a community member and reporting to the chair is being respectful. So it all comes together. We need to find that common ground where we can move forward, because Community Board 9 has had a bad history for so long. We just need to shake it and
Too
move
long.
forward. And this does not help. So if we can come to some agreement, some resolution where this is amicable and, and move forward. I understand we take a hard line because yes, these are the rules. But sometimes, you look at the whole situation and we may want to bend the rule a little, even though that's not what we really want to do. But for the good of the community, we need to look overall and look into ourselves and see how we can move forward.
Let me just say hold on. Before that, no. Let me do this really quickly, because we've gone way past the agenda.
I know.
Let's move to close the meeting. I have no problem. I can stay online. That's not a problem. But we're going to move to close the meeting. We've completed our agenda for the day, and anyone who wants to hang on can hang on.
Can I just
So
address Pat, please?
Well, allow him to close the meeting,
hold on.
Vivian, please.
Allow
Yes,
him to close the meeting, Vivian.
So I'll entertain a motion to close.
Motion to close.
So moved.
Second.
All right. So it's been moved, seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We stand adjourned 10:49 p.m. Thank you, Alejandro. Whose birthday?
Aye. Whose birthday?
Melanie.
Oh,
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you so much.
So you have to send your birthday to CB9.
Mr. Chair, I love you, Vivi. I love you. The board loves you. We love our community, and we hope we can move forward in a more positive way with some
Just
common
wanted
ground.
to address
Yes.
Pat. I just wanted
Yes.
to address Pat
Go
for a
ahead.
minute because she stated that I had a meeting. I never had a meeting on any platform. I did not create a Zoom meeting. That I shared a link that someone else created. And after I was told that they cannot do it, then I gave him several dates, not just one. I gave him at least 4 dates that we could go ahead and do something on the board platform. And in the meeting February 11th, he himself suggested that we do a meeting on a non-board platform. So what are you exactly saying, Fred, when you yourself wants to do a meeting? And that's all I'm going to say to Pat. I'm just clarifying what she just said. Thank you.
And let's be very clear with regards to that, and I think the emails bear it out in terms of you requested the meeting, and an email went back saying the chair wants to speak to you about this. Never responded, by the way. Then you send a second email talking about there's 4 dates you want to do, to which point I respond to you. That's great, but we need to talk because there's questions I have before we schedule the meeting. And this went on a couple more emails after that where you're saying, well, I don't understand. What questions do you have? And I'm telling you, well, I sent you an email about it. Apparently you skipped that. You never read that. But then it goes back to, and let me be clear,
I will send you
I'm not
the
gonna-
emails
hold
that
on,
I
hold on,
have.
Hold on. Well, it'll be the same ones I sent to the board, but that's okay. But in any case, I'm not debating
Chair,
the whole idea
one
that you
voice,
didn't do
one
an email.
voice.
Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
I'm not gonna, yes, hold on one second. Let me just finish the point, then actually I'll yield the floor back. I'm not gonna debate the point where, you tried to have a meeting on a Zoom that wasn't the board's, because that was already addressed. As a matter of fact, the assistant district manager got to you, and in my email, I acknowledged that. I said, I already know the assistant district manager had the conversation with you, and that was never the issue. But the issue came in terms of, I did have questions, and it stemmed back to there, where there were things about the subcommittee that I needed to make sure were clear, because it was really, convoluted in terms of it was trying to address a number of things that, one, weren't part of the purview of the subcommittee as I understood it, and two, weren't voted on by the board, or by the committee, I should say. Yeah, I'm sorry, and so I think somebody had a question or comment.
Yes, Mr. Chair, good night, and Miss Morgan, good night also again. This is Rosemary. I sat here and I've listened to both of you, and still, to me, there's still some unresolved conflict. There's something that is not being said because I think that this is was being addressed in an open meeting.
Right.
My input is, with 2 very caring members of the community and the board, couldn't you guys get together with somebody who is neutral in all of this And I don't say you're going to change your mind, but with due respect to both of you, so you can hear this, because we're still not hearing what is happening. You can't put a band-aid on a cut like that. You have to address it, and address it in a meaningful way and respectful way. That's all I'm saying. Because I know Vivian loves our community. She has done a wonderful job. You, Mr. Chairman, I know you love your community, and every member that is here at almost 11 o'clock love their community and want to see things go right. Thankfully, we have a district manager, and that we should be celebrating. I'm not saying that conflicts are not going to come up now and again, but this is something that affects each and every one of us, and also the community. Because when we take somebody like that as a hardworking person and just throw her out like that, there is something else going on. That is not just a one mistake and you say, you know what, you're fired. I maybe shouldn't have used that word, but this is something deeper to me.
It's a
That is
perfect
something
word,
deeper.
Rosie. Yes. Think about it, Mr. Chair, and we'll...
I'm done. I'm done. I love you both, and I respect you, and I respect my board.
And I
That's
have
why
to
many
go take
times
my
I
key.
don't talk.
One voice, please.
I have to go take my chemo right now. I should have taken it 1 hour ago, and if I die, y'all not gonna hear my voice, so let me go. I have to go too. But please,
Yes.
we must bring this forward. We cannot go backward. We have come too far after all the turmoil. We have to move forward, and the John Public is out there. We don't need it. We don't need it.
Yes.
Thank you,
Fred,
Ms. Evelyn.
Fred, Beverly, this is Tessa. Could I say something, please?
Sure.
Put their hands raised for the last.
Yes. Okay, so who has their
Mrs.
hand raised?
Slavin, Mrs. Slavin,
Yeah,
he has his hand raised.
Let Mr. Slavin go. Let him
Yeah.
go. Let him go.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
30 seconds. I'm
night.
sorry. I lost about 45 minutes. I lost your WhatsApp. What I did was I posted the member last week had given her state of the district address. It was very eventful. Had many different public officials on it. And I posted on the chat my email plus the link for those who'd like to hear. She had a very good attendance on that. And
Can I
again,
ask
guys,
you, sir,
Sure.
can I ask you how she's going to address in our community the issues we're having with the Postal Service?
okay, that's an issue that's been going on for who knows how long. And we have somebody in our office who is in contact with the postal office and the people on top. You have my email. Send me your issue, and I will forward it to Salim Cadet in our office, who is in touch with the postal office. And we've had many complaints. Some were resolved,
sir.
unfortunately, some not. So you have it's Ellie.Slav. Look on the chat. You have my email.
Okay.
Please send me, and I will forward it. I will
Thank
not
you.
ignore you. We will forward it. Sure.
And thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Good night, Beverly.
Yes.
One thing for
second. I'm
sure,
just trying to see because
tonight's meeting was not boring. That's for sure.
Patricia.
Beverly.
Tessa, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Have his
Tessa.
hands up.
Hold
Yes,
on a second.
so-
I did see Reel's had his hand up for a minute. He hasn't spoken.
Okay, so let
Okay,
Real
I
go.
didn't
Can
see
I
it.
go after Real, please?
Sure.
Go Real. Go Real.
Thank you. I'd like to offer perhaps a slightly different perspective because listening to the various sides of the stories, on one hand, I can certainly understand why people would be upset, but I think it's good to remember that there's a structure and there are rules to leadership. Fred was chosen as the leader of this board. You voted for him. I think I believe in leaders building up a certain amount of credit. They can cash in that credit during moments when you may not agree with the decision they make. And because what I hear a lot is that that it has to be brought to a decision that everybody can feel comfortable with. And that is just not a thing. It is entirely possible that a leader makes a decision that you are not happy with. And ultimately, the leader has to decide whether that is something they're comfortable with. That's how the process works. You can choose whether you continue to be in support of a leader who makes a decision you are not in agreement with. But I'd argue that Fred, by and large, if not 99% of the time, makes decisions that we're all in support of. And this happens to be one that we're not in agreement with. So I'm not speaking about whether I agree with either side, because I don't think that's the issue at hand. The issue is that we have
No,
a
it's not.
chair who has made a decision
the
you do
issue.
not agree with, and there's no process, there's no structure that says this needs to be revisited. And sometimes, those are the way the chips fall. I think it does come to a point where we can't get any closer to kind of a satisfactory resolution. It is best to move on, and then you can
I'm
draw
gonna
your
have
own
to
conclusions
dissent.
by your leader. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Okay, Beverly, could I go now?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I read Fred's 9-paragraph manifesto, which was very well written. I was impressed with his language, his language skill, his punctuation, the thought content. He had details, maps, diagraphs, and everything else. So it left no doubt. I had a full understanding of his side of the story. I hadn't had an opportunity to consult with Ms. Morgan, but at least from his detailed side of the story, I got it. I did do, however, feel, and I know that Fred is right, within the context of CB9's bylaws, the chair of a committee is not a right, it's a privilege, it's an honor. And to the extent that someone is not functioning to the best of their ability to service the community, the chair is and can remove you. I get that. I understand that. I think Fred is being a little hardline. We know that Vivian Morgan breathes the park air and probably the grass and the earth thereof, and the swings too. So it isn't a matter of commitment on Miss Morgan's part, but it might have been a matter of process. From what her explanation and his explanation, I sense that it's a little bit personal, even with Miss Morgan's current rebuttal to Patricia Moses' statement. She kept referring to the chairman as he. She didn't name him as Fred, and she didn't say the chairman. She said he. So in my view, it sounds like it's a 65% personal something going on. I don't know what that was. I think Fred tries to rise above trying to go down the personal road, but I think based on his manifesto, when he reached out to her and he found her response and behavior disrespectful, that was it, and he decided to spank her, and that's what it is.
Mr. Roberts? Mr. Roberts, your hand is up.
Hi, good night once again. So I don't want to really talk about myself, but I have served as president of Medgar Evers College SGA. I had 25 members cabinet. I have served as a vice chair of disability affairs with 11,000 students, 29 campuses. I have just concluded my term of office as vice chair of graduate affairs for 25 colleges. I have made decisions at sometimes I did those was very drastic. I remember at one time I had an advisor and I felt at the meeting she did not back me up the way I wanted. And I stood in the state of address while I was given a state of address and said to her, she is fired, in the presence of over 1,000+ students and professors. But after I did it and I walked off, somebody come and tell me what he did was wrong. And I said, well, she challenged my leadership, she challenged my decision, and I don't want people challenging my decisions. But I went home, and when passion are high, emotion runs deep. So I went home, I sat down, I think it over. The next day I went on campus, I saw her, I passed her straight, but she was so nice. I asked her, how you doing? And I was, hi, how you doing? It took me 2 weeks to think my decision through. And then I called her one day, because I embarrassed her in the assembly of the state of address. I waited until another day when I had the opportunity to speak to my constituents again. And I said, I did make a mistake. I don't think I made a mistake here. I don't think so. But sometimes you have to compromise. Sometimes you have to bend. I just know Ms. Vivian. I have met Mr. Fred one time, and I thought in my head that he was a father, and he had that father need that father love nature. So I would expect. I don't say that you should reinstate her, but I ask you to rethink your position. Probably you need to have a discussion. And as I would say, I would maintain, when passion is high, emotion run deep. We must, because if you have one member and you have almost 30-something members on your board who you work with is pleading for one person, that speaks volumes. So I ask you, regardless of how you feel, and I know some of you feel because we already made a decision, and if we fell back on our decision, people would look at us. People may look at you as somebody who's been humble and that kind of stuff. Just last year, I had appointed somebody to the academic affairs committee. The guy went and made a decision that he did not run before me. I was highly annoyed. I was going to fire him actually. But you know what I said? Let me have a discussion. And when I listened to his discussion, it was all in the benefit of the 500,000 students that we have at CUNY. So again, I will ask you, sir, please recondition your mind, think it out clear, don't make decisions now, but see in ahead. Could I work with Ms. Morgan? Have you worked well before? You know, ready evidence before you really hammer her out. And that's what I would say. And Ms. Morgan, you must be respectful to your chair. Okay?
Thank you, Mr.
Well
Roberts.
said, sir. I agree with you. Well said.
Vivia.
Vivian
Yes,
Morgan,
I'm
you
here.
there?
I'm here. I'm
Okay.
here. I'm here.
Vivia, I invite you, everyone is proceeding on Fred to rethink his decision, but I also invite you to think about what was missing in the communication that resulted in this result. I invite you to think about that as well, because neither one of you, in my opinion, are absolutely right. Each one of you are leaders in your own respect,
Yes.
but you're also stuck in what you feel is right. When you're on the same team, there needs to be a negotiation, just like what Mr. Roberts said. And I had an issue with the reason I wanted to hear both sides is because I had an issue that we had a chair that had absolute, and we have issues on the board because of gender. There is a gender issue on our board, even though people would say that's not true. If you are not in the preferred gender, you would see that it's true. So Vivian, you're not absolutely right, but neither is Fred. So I invite you to think about that. And if no one else has anything else to say, my part in this is over.
We hope that they can get together. Maybe the two people could get together and talk privately, and something good should come out of this. So we hope for the best.
Yes, thank you. Patricia, you had something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, when two people have a disagreement, and this is to you, Vivian. When Vivian talked about discrimination and harassment, that's a very serious charge.
Yes, it is. Very serious.
I felt that Vivian should have stuck with the issue, and the issue was about her being the chair.
Yes,
that's correct. You're right, Patricia.
Right, and then Vivian sent it out to people that were outside of our board.
Yes.
Okay,
that's correct.
That's very damaging.
Right.
So I'm talking.
Excuse me. I only send it to the board
Vivian,
members.
please.
See, I only send it to the board members.
But you send it to a whole lot of people. So
I send it to the board members.
It's outside there.
So Borough Hall is on the board.
Now let me finish.
So Matthew Eugene is on the board.
Fred, let Patricia finish, please.
Because and Vivian, honestly, I don't want you to think that I'm against you, and Fred, I'm not against you. But I'm just saying,
we're not.
When in professional positions, when you send out stuff like that, be there to back it up, because that's very serious. That's all I got to say about it.
Yes, thank you, Patricia. I agree.
And this is the only reason why we're asking that, you know, both of you can think it over in a positive way. We're not blaming either one because we were not there.
No.
So whatever is hidden, something is there. And whatever it is, maybe you don't want to bring it forward, but we can get good out of it.
It's a little personal. That's what it
Out of
is.
evil come at good sometimes.
Okay.
It's
All
a
right,
little
so everybody's
personal.
good? Everybody's good? Thank you. And I want to say, even though I'm not the chair, I want to thank everybody for your input. So for some people, this is like, we really don't need to be discussing this, but it's like what Patricia said and Miss Evelyn said. A serious accusation was made.
Said, my darling, you said a word of truth. Yes, we all are rooting for the betterment and the good of the community and for
Yes,
both
ma'am.
people. So we hope that both people will come out shining.
Yes.
So all of us could shine with you.
So everybody have a
Evelyn.
good night, okay?
Yeah, Evelyn.
Yes,
Evelyn.
my darling. Yes, my dear.
Evelyn, yes. If you put the amount of time, years that you and I have been on board 9, and you add it up, it's about almost a century. And we've been through all sorts of battles and came out ahead.
Yeah.
And one of the big battles, when there was a fight about a chair, removing a chair and removing a district manager,
Yes.
and there were people that decided that they were going to pit members who are outside the board by committee members against the board in order to create divisiveness.
Yes.
And we fought that battle. And
Yes.
and when you go and say, no, wait a minute, some members of that committee, they don't get along with the chair. But that's a very risky thing to say, because you tore without knowing that you tore a lot of old wounds of people remembering how we pit outsiders against the board when we want to get our way. There's a certain amount
We have to remember that all community members are also politicians.
Right.
Right.
So everybody, let's say good night. It's 11 o'clock.
Good night.
Good night.
And some of
God
us
bless
have.
us all.
So give me a call, okay?
Yes, God bless us
Thank
all.
you, everybody, for participating. It's appreciated. Thank you.
It is. We all love each other.
Good
We
night,
love our
good night,
community.
bye-bye.
Good night.
Mr. Fred.
Resolution, I'm praying that you will come to see resolution.
Mr. Fred, before you go, I must say thank you so much for your help with my building and getting someone to fix our garage door. It's been fixed properly, and thank you so much. You stepped out. Even when I asked you to not do something, I called you and you were still there. So the positive is still there. We're all positive people, and we will get through this together.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, Beverly.